Okay, there we go. I just got the tweet out, chat. Do me a favor and go give it some love. Okay. Time for the Khadroth show? Indeed. I always try to be as consistent as possible for you guys. Would she strangle me with these thighs if I asked nice enough? Probably. An interesting question from the audience. Okay. Alrighty, let me grab today's sauce. We should be good to go. It's an oldie but a goodie. Oh, hello, Maestro. Fletcher, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate it. Hello, everybody. Here's today's artwork. Do me a favor, go give the artist some love. There we go. Okay. Again, I hope everybody had a good weekend. Unfortunately, today was a terrible day for me. It was my first day back at work after vacation. So, Cad's a little bit tired. But it is what it is. I had to actually go do something today, which was awful. I feel like nobody should have to go do anything, ever. Mondays, am I right? Indeed. Chat, today we have the live stream for NA coming up. It's the announcement of the Hakkenden event. We'll also be kind of watching to see if we get any other type of news. I know I've been talking with Avalon and Bob and a couple other people about the possibility of like where we're going to end up schedule-wise. Personally, I'm of the opinion that I think with the way things are going right now that we don't get the Oku rerun before anniversary, but that was my initial feeling anyways, and then the devs started hyper accelerating, trying to make us think that maybe that was going to be the case, so it be what it be. Hope for another roadmap. Yeah, I'm absolutely hoping for that. Something that we kind of have some idea going forward, but we'll see. They may hold on to something like that until the actual anniversary. As you guys know, we are coming up on basically like a month away. So we pretty much know at this point we are on the anniversary countdown. And I won't be surprised to see them just hold back until that point. There's still plenty of time between now and then, and we know they're going to run the Hakkenden event here. It's literally going to come out. We already have the maintenance notice, so that is of no real surprise at this point. The only surprise will be, again, if they decide to announce other stuff. But that being said, we are sort of expecting certain things like the advanced quest, which actually at this point probably should have already run. as well as the pre-campaign for Anniversary. So we kind of know that we've got that, including some hunting quests and stuff. So it might be a good idea to get caught up on any advanced quests that you think might help you for that. But outside of that, it's not really that big of a deal. Again, hunting quests are sort of a known commodity at this point. We pretty much know how to handle them. It's just a case of knowing that they're actually coming. And so we can spend a little bit of time tonight and actually go over that and see if it actually gets announced or not. Yep. Yeah, we got the summer game show event on Friday. I'm going to be trying to cover that with you guys because I think it starts at like 9, but that being said, chat, I'm probably doing Nero Beast rolls on JP, so who knows? We may have to miss a little bit of the summer game show. Summer ad show. Yeah, you guys know I'm really not a fan of these things. I vastly preferred the old structure with the E3 to this, I'm gonna say, commercialized and corporatized like offering that we get now. It's not that like E3 wasn't as well, it's just that like to me E3 felt a little bit more organic, and that is unfortunate because that's exactly what the companies didn't like about it. They didn't like the fact that something could go wrong and it could really like impact their overall perception. So it's I think why these companies sort of didn't like that. They didn't like getting compared to each other, and so they just kind of opted out. And then somehow they got convinced to all show up at the summer game show, which I'm glad that we have a replacement for E3, but it definitely kind of sucks, like in the sense that we know it's all this just micromanaged facade, basically, where people are just kind of putting their best foot forward and everything is being hyped. So it's like, I don't care too much, but it definitely dampens the mood a little bit for me. Summer game show, yeah. So basically, don't think of it like a game show. Think of it as the Summer Games show. That is to say, it is a preview of everything that's to come for the year. It's where some announcements will get made. I did already see some rumors about it. Jeff Keighley was saying that this year is going to be somewhat light. Apparently, also people were like chomping at the bit for news on Kingdom Hearts 4, which I was seeing Twitter talk about, and I'm like, I don't know why that was such a big deal. Like, there have been some rumors that it's a thing, but like, one, as far as I know, it hasn't been confirmed, and two, as far as I know, like, no, it won't be there. Like if it's something like that, and even if it were going to be there, would you expect them to actually say ahead of time? So it's like, it's a really weird thing to watch all these people like get their panties in a wad, in the same way that like it would almost be like expecting an announcement on Elder Scrolls 6 at this. And I'm going to tell you flat out, you will not get an announcement on Elder Scrolls 6. Not here, not now, probably not for a long time still. So it's like, I think it's just about being reasonable. Wasn't Kingdom Hearts 3 terrible? I've definitely heard a lot of people didn't like it. I don't know how people feel overall. I'll just say that the Kingdom Hearts series is not for me. And the reason for that, I think, is largely because they sort of cut out a lot of the Final Fantasy aspect of it. It's sort of like a similar storyline, but I guess a lot of people, you know, kind of enjoyed that, and for whatever reason Disney seems to have, you know, all but cut it out, and it's now just a Disney game over and over. So it's like, I think a lot of people are okay with that still, but for someone like me, I don't really have interest in the Disney side of it, so I didn't really ever care. And that's like, I've tried to get into the Kingdom Hearts series before, it just didn't click with me. It's just a Disney game now, huh? Yeah, pretty much. And again, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but that is my understanding of it from having watched people play it. There's just very little actual overall Final Fantasy interaction now. Disney's a piece of shit. Well, I do think Disney's a piece of shit, but that has to do with other things, so I don't think it's necessarily because of Kingdom Hearts. 'Kingdom Hearts 3 is a piece of shit. Well, I do think Disney's a piece of shit, but that has to do with other things, so I don't think it's necessarily because of Kingdom Hearts. 'Kingdom Hearts 3 is a piece of shit. Well, I do think Disney's a piece of shit, but that has to do with other things, so I don't think it's necessarily because of Kingdom Hearts. Unless Disney and more Pixar Hercules. I mean, I'd be okay a little bit. I'd be okay a little bit with more of a focus on Pixar because at this point, Pixar is at least like some of their newer and better stuff. But I'd say even that, like, hasn't it been like the last 5 years or so that Pixar's not been doing very well? So I don't know, right? I have no idea what the rest of the series did. Yeah. Like I said, I don't want to like sit here and shit on it. I'm sure a lot of people out there still really like it. I was surprised to see apparently so many people were expecting Kingdom Hearts 4. So that's why I was like, huh, that's somewhat odd, especially because everything we have heard on both the Sony and the Xbox side is sort of that they're punting. We also kind of know Nintendo is because Nintendo has already announced that they have a next generation coming out. So it's one of those deals where like you kind of expected in Nintendo's case, but Sony and Xbox, I guess, kind of blew their wads, in the last like 12 months. So they apparently don't have a lot now to show for it after the fact. Focused on music more. Yeah. Just a second, chat. It's getting very loud, at least on my end. I don't know how loud it is for you guys, but it was very loud for me. Okay. I expect Nintendo will be relatively quiet until Switch 2. Right, and you might see some like simultaneous launch titles where something launches on the Switch and then something launches on the successor and whatever it is, right? But I would expect that most stuff will get delayed. I finished LB6 and the only thing left to do is Tunguska Interlude and Trom. But to me, they're both pretty lame after LB5 and LB6. So without spoilers, is there anything interesting in them? NA, by the way. Yes. Like, if you don't want spoilers, I'm not going to tell you anything from it. But yes, there is interesting stuff in it. In fact, chat, y'all are gonna dislike me for this, but as much as I like LB6, there are aspects of 6.5 that I just flat out like more. So it is an interesting thing nonetheless. But Tunguska story-wise was not bad. It just was it just did get a little plot convenient at points and it was rather short, but that's kind of to be expected because it's not a main entrant. It is required though. You guys do have to have the Tunguska epilogue done for next stuff. 6 overstayed its welcome. I'm not even talking about stuff like how popular it is, but if you're meaning like that it got too long of a story, I could hear complaints on that, and I would go so far as to agree. I actually do think 6 would be a little bit better if it were kept a little bit more concise and on point. Like, I understand a lot of what Nos is trying to do with it, but it does drag on a bit. 6 depressed me. Yeah, I could also see how someone would come to that conclusion. But you shouldn't be, at least not at the end. I do think maybe where some of that depression comes from, though, is the Fairy Knights and like how they overall get treated at the end. But I'm also going to say again that they're technically the villains to the story. So even though they're a very popular group of characters, it just is what it is. Do you know if the Korean server speeding up is true? You'd probably be better off asking Avalon. I have not kept much track of it of late. I do know that they are ahead of us, but that has been the case for a while now. You'll know if they're catching up, though, if they begin to actually catch the Chinese server, because China is, I think, roughly like 6 to 8 months behind Japan. Which puts them very, very close. So if they start getting a lot closer to the Chinese server, you know they have sped up. Sith did nothing wrong. I know, Chad. I'll say this. If you were raised by a killer to be a killer and you keep killing people, is that wrong? This is a moral question you need to ask yourself. But they're not people. I'm not going to say you've committed something unforgivable, but I will say what you're doing is still wrong, right? It is objectively wrong to kill. It doesn't mean that it might not be like permissible in some circumstances. It doesn't mean that it might not be less wrong, but it's still wrong. Beans, thank you for the 17. How's it going? Killing fairies is not wrong. Chat. So I want you guys to think about this, right? Because this is a really interesting conundrum. LB6 leaves everybody thinking, fuck the fairies. Like the fairies are so terrible. But I want you guys to think about this. You can use that justification for anyone. You can demonize and dehumanize your enemy, and then all of a sudden, the ends justify the means. This is why, again, to be clear, it is always wrong to take a life. Always. Right? Like, otherwise, yeah, you can just spread lies and propaganda and basically dehumanize your opponent. And then suddenly it's okay to kill them because they're literally Hitler. And it's like, hold on, no. It's still not good, right? It might be the lesser of two evils, but it's still not good. This is a morality question at this point. Heavy Cat is one of the good ones, indeed. The only way IMO is if it's 100% self-defense. Yeah, right. Like, and that's what I'm saying. It's not that you can't find some sort of nuance to make it permissible, but just on general premise, it is not permissible. Even if you would know no better, it still doesn't make what you're doing right or good. You just don't know any better. And here's the thing. If ever at any point you have even the slightest moment's hesitation, congratulations. You now had that thought and you should know better. And now it's all on you. And here's the reason why. This is something that I think every young person needs to hear. Ultimately, you are responsible for your own actions. It doesn't matter what other people tell you or what other people make you do. You are ultimately responsible for your actions. That is an important thing throughout history that always holds true. So it's like, even if somebody has trained you to do evil, there's a point where you got to wake up and be like, hold on, I shouldn't be doing this. But the system, Cat, I know. You chose to do it, right? Six did a decent job of showing orange and blue morality. Orange and blue morality. That's an interesting way of putting it. If that's a concept, I can't say I've ever heard of the concept, but yeah, no, like I'm not going to disagree with that. Also, chat, you've got 4 hours on Road to 4, and more importantly, 4 hours on your Grail front. So I'm gonna tell you right now, the Grail fronts take a long time to do. You might want to do them, and you don't want to miss out on, again, Grail fragments and crystallized lore in the last one. So. Kaldia never finds out why Barghest went on her rampage at the end, right? No, we know. To be fair, how would you know you're doing something wrong? Right. And that's the whole point is if you were taught never to see, like, for instance, let's say you were raised by an assassin to kill people, and you were taught never to see your opponent as a human being, how are you supposed to know? Well, there is some part of you in the back of your head that should be like, wait, but they are a human being, right? And they're just like me for real, for real. But then there's also that point where it's like, yeah, maybe you truly have been brainwashed. So it's like, still though, you chose to go along with it. Like, ultimately, at the end of the day, even kids, even babies usually understand concepts like pain and being an asshole to people, like hurting people and not liking that as a concept. This is something that is ingrained with you intrinsically. It is quite literally part of your instinct. I think human beings know it's not good to do it. Not that it might not be permissible in some situations, but that it is in fact not good to do these things. So it's like, again, you willfully have to go along with it. There is some point where you look back at the trail of blood and you go, wait, hold on, am I the baddie? It's talking Chaldea as in the characters and not the player? I don't know. Stuff like that doesn't really get qualified too much. What if the person does not care whether or not they are killing human or animal? They just think it needs to die. Well, what do you mean? Or what are we actually killing here? So there is a moral quandary, if you will, about like killing animals. Is it moral to kill an animal? Some people would tell you no, and I think you could argue the same thing for actually taking of a life. It's just, I think the vast majority of people with a taking of a human life would tell you no, that's not okay, right? Like it's one of those deals where, yeah, you might feel morally different about that, but the vast majority of people do not agree with you. So it's like, you are definitely the outlier. You are perceived as being immoral in their eyes. You're perceived as having done something evil. If we're talking about killing an animal, then I think the line gets a little bit more blurry. You're not dealing with a sentient life. You're not, well, at least as far as we can tell, right? You're not necessarily dealing with basically something that can control itself either and doesn't just, function based off its own instincts and actions. But again, that gets awfully nihilistic depending on how you want to look at it. To me, I've always thought at least that the concept of killing an animal comes down to, did you actually need to kill it? Like, was it a matter of survival? Was it attacking you? Did you need it for sustenance? If these things are true, it's okay. If it's not true, it's not okay. You're just slaughtering them for no reason then. So that's kind of the idea there. And I do understand there's things like consumer goods and stuff that people use, like, for instance, leather and stuff like that, wool and that sort of stuff. At least with wool, you don't have to kill the sheep usually in order to do it. But it definitely makes a lot of sense that this line gets a lot grayer depending on where you go. I could go vegetarian. Vegetarian's not the problem. Usually the problem lies with, like, do you become a vegan or not? And that's very difficult because I think in general, overall, human beings consume things, and it's quite literally almost impossible to avoid everything that is animal produced. Even, for instance, putting oil in your car originally came from fossils, right? So there's a whole reason it's called fossil fuels. So it's like, it's one of those things where you go like, I don't know how you really get around this stuff. So I'd rather die than give up meat. I'm not trying to judge anyone based off their own morality here. I'm just speaking more philosophically. So what about the overpopulation of boars, which is an invasive species and destroying a lot of crops? Where? like I don't know. I've not heard of that, right? Like, you'd have to tell me. For instance, I do know here in Florida we have we have obviously pythons that are an invasive species that people have brought to the Everglades. Apparently now we also have monitor lizards. Somebody decided to let a couple of them go in Florida, and now we have them. So now we have alligators, crocodiles, and monitor lizards. At this point, one day we're going to wake up, we're going to be like, that's a dragon. Why is there a dragon out there? Shit. Like, and it's just going to be like, yep, that's Florida. Can we tame the dragon? I don't know. Look, chat. I'm just hoping it's more like the traditional medieval dragon at that point, or maybe even the Eastern dragon, because of the whole Komodo thing going on there. I just don't want the whole Quetzalcoatl winged serpent thing. That's what I don't want. The last thing I want to see is an evolution where snakes begin to fly. Does dragon eat good? Like, does it taste good? I have no clue. You've probably got as good a guess as I do. Maybe it tastes like chicken. Oh, hold on. Chat, I still have one more rank up to do tonight. It is Mr. Sherlocka. Dragons are just flying snakes. No, I mean so they're often called winged serpents and stuff like that, or worms or whatever, right? Like there's many colorful names for dragons. And it's really funny too, because a lot of dragons are probably come from the bones of like large snakes, or for instance, dinosaurs. Like you guys got to think back when somebody in ancient China would dig up some dinosaur bones. Do you think they went, hey, that's a dinosaur? I know exactly what that's from. They didn't know about any of that stuff. So they're just like, dragon. And that's like straight up like how dragons came to be a thing. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, right? Didn't Aussies go to war with the emu and lost? Yes. But that's because you don't fuck with emus. Some bad news for you. Depending on your definition, there's already a flying snake. I want to you know what? I'm gonna set up a throne, right? We're going VTuber, so I'm gonna do that. We're gonna set up a throne. Can someone gift me a flamethrower? I would appreciate that. I feel like that would be really, really a good way of dealing with this sort of problem. Cursed knowledge, yeah. I don't want to deal with that. I'm sorry. The second I see a flying snake, I am noping the fuck out of there until I go and get a gun. And then I will absolutely take shots at that thing. It will immediately become an endangered species. Yeah, gliding is one thing, but still no. I do know snakes can jump, so that's already cursed knowledge to begin with. The heavy flamma, yes. Good news, Cat. You confirmed dragon reverse scales in real life? No thanks. Like I said, I already have to do that enough as is. Where I live quite near a nature preserve. And all the time, chat, usually at minimum, usually about twice a year, I end up having to kill a snake in my backyard. Okay. So and I have definitely had some years where it's more often than others. So it's like, ugh. Cag can always use more dragon fangs for his saber faces. Yeah, that ain't a dragon anymore. That's when I become Shovel Knight. I literally go get my shovel and I just start digging. And I dig right into the thing's skull. Because I ain't dealing with that. I saw a sneck weasel. Wait, like a weasel or a snake? I'm not sure which you mean. We would just turn dragons into clothing, weapons, and food. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine a dragon scale purse would probably be like the hot ticket item, right? You'd see people on the Paris runways with it. A ferret? Yeah. What if we had a snake saber face? I mean, like low key, we do. Here you go, Google it. No, I'm good. Southeast Asia, southernmost China, India, and Sri Lanka. Oh, thank God. So it's totally on another continent. We're good. We're good. Okay, I just want to warn you guys that like I will straight up go right into fiction and get the whole like covenant glassing technology just to like completely devastate any part of Florida that like that shit happens at. Like we will glass Florida. Wonder if huge rabbits ever pop up in Florida. We definitely have rabbits. How big though? I don't know. Till they fly over there, not on my watch. I've been petrified ever since. I couldn't wait to nope the fuck out of there. Wait, you talking about iguanas? Iguanas are harmless. They just eat bugs. And yeah, iguanas fall out of the trees in cold weather. They can't handle it. So every time like Florida gets a deep freeze, we get warned about basically drop lizards. I was doing work in the garden earlier this year and getting some stone from my stone pile. I kept digging snakes out of the pile. Ugh. Ugh. No. No. That is like the one good thing for me is like ever since I put up my fence, it really has helped curtail the snakes quite a bit. Because like they have a much harder time getting into my backyard. I'm not saying they can't. It's just harder for them to. And usually it's of the smaller variety, not like a truly big snake. Their tails are like whips that shit stings. Wait, what are we talking about? Stop bringing these animals to the US. They're not cute. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say this. I truly believe there is a like special place in hell reserved for the people that go, "Hey, I want an exotic animal. I have to get a license to own this thing." And they either don't get the license and get it anyways, or they get the license but then they freaking abandon it. Like, I do not understand why people do that shit. If you can't handle a pet, don't get one. If you're unsure, start with something small. Why are you going to go for like the immediate invasive species and be like, damn shit, I can't handle this? And then you just go, well, instead of calling Fish and Wildlife to help me take care of this, I know, I'll just go release it. Like, what? That's what I do not understand. Because that's always what happens. It's like people go to the Everglades and release this shit. Blood thing since Pokemon, apparently. Hello, Ein. Turns out 10-foot lizards aren't super fun to keep around all the time. Yeah, it's almost like you can't just cuddle with it. It's almost like it will fucking eat you. America's becoming the melting pot of wildlife too. Well, it's also because everybody's got to be a unique snowflake and nobody can just like have the like animal, like a normal animal. Nobody gets like a cat or a dog now. They have to get like something exotic. They have to be special. Be like, hey bro, did you see my capybara back out back? Yeah, totally rad, isn't it? And it's like, no, I didn't see your capybara. Where's your cat? Oh, the capybara. We got rid of the cat for the capybara. Ballista and spears work well. You know, I feel like we should not have to return to the status of hunter-gatherer in order to be able to deal with wildlife. About releasing some hippos into Florida? No, hippos are vicious as fuck. Do you guys not know how like terrifying hippos are? They're legitimately like very, very angry creatures. Capybara is just a giant rat that needs water. Yes, quite literally. A thematic restaurant? Oh, yes, the steakhouse. Hippos kill more than lions? Yeah, straight up. Nature's vibe check. They have cocaine hippos in Colombia. Okay, that one I don't know that I believe, unless like you're saying it's straight up like that they're getting into the cocaine crop. But like I don't know. Hippos are soulless, brutal killers. Chad, have you guys never seen that game, Hungry Hungry Hippos? Okay, because like that is what will happen to you. Or encroach on any of its territory. Yeah, that's sort of the problem, though, right? Like, how do you know what its territory is? Oh, wait, if you're staring one in the face, it's too fucking late. And that is the issue. You've seen the video of that gator get mobbed by hippos. I haven't ever seen that, but I believe it because I do like know a lot of what Chad is saying about like yes, the hippo can in fact kill a Nile crocodile. It's a thing, like straight up. They got loose and grew to a decent sized population. Oh, great. I'm gonna take his territory. Listen, you can try. Okay, so now, chat, I basically got all of my strengthenings done. Let me double check here. Oh, apparently I need to do my FP summons. Saber or caster class enemies, excluding enemies summoned during battle or Grail front battles. That is a dick move. Oh, I got a YOLO 420 Blaze It. Hmm. It is Assassin Day. No, I don't think I need to farm that too much. We'll just go with the 10 AP. Although, wait, Chad, isn't it like some like the 20 AP is like low key actually better? I feel like that's a thing. Been farming experience now? Yeah, it just really depends if we get something like hunting quests or something, right? Because like if you were to get hunting quests for the weekend, then you'd be fine. But I doubt we get hunting quests during Hakkenden. And I'm pretty positive we've got Hakkenden coming up. Hello, thank you for the resub, and VOEF, thank you for the follow. Maintenance tonight, so yeah, exactly. But I mean, like, maintenance technically doesn't have to be the exact start of an event, but it usually is. Good morning from Indonesia. Hello. Rattlesnake is awesome on pizza. I can't say that I've ever eaten snake. I have heard that it tastes like more gamey chicken. I'm not gonna say that I would absolutely not eat it, but like I would take some it would take some convincing to get me to try snake. And like I would probably prefer it in a setting in which it was like, here, have a nibble. Like not like, oh yo, bro, you gotta eat the whole fucking snake. Like if it were just like, hey, you want a bite of this, then maybe, but like I don't think I would eat an entire meal of it. What happened to pepperoni and stuff on pizza? Well, chat, hold on. Which is worse? Which is worse? Snake on a pizza or pineapple? I knew this would be asked next. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Did I not pay attention to what? Okay, no. It did count. I straight up did not see it go by. I'd have to try snake first to be fair. Snake is a meat, so it's acceptable. Pineapple, however. Okay. I really want to see those Italian brothers react to snake on pizza. Like, I would be very curious as to whether or not they would find it sacrilegious. Because I feel like they would. Wait, what am I doing? Why am I getting all these buffs? Mamma mia. 100% they would. I mean, they might actually like it, but like, they probably would be like freaking out until they tried it. How is the snake done? Yeah, is it fried or is it grilled? I do believe that sort of thing matters. Quick, someone make a meat pineapple? That is a thought that I never want to have again. Um honestly, I would probably at that point, if you told me snake or pineapple on pizza, I would probably try the pineapple at that point. I would be like, you know what? Fuck it. I know the pineapple won't kill me. I don't know if snake on a pizza will kill me. I want to try snake. I've had alligator though. I have never had alligator, and I live in Florida. And I often like surprise people by someone like basically being like, "Hey, have you ever had it?" And I'm like, "No, I never have." To my knowledge, no place around me serves it, which is really weird because straight up, like, I live in an area that like is not that far from a very commonly hunted like how should I put this, like alligator hunting ground. So I just don't know of any place that actually sells it. So gator actually does taste like chicken. Yeah, I in a weird way, I think I'd be okay trying gator. Just head into the swamps and establish your dominance in the food chain. No, I'm good. I feel like I have managed to live a life as long as I have because I have not done such a thing. I'd rather have snake on pizza than pineapple. Not all snakes are poisonous. There are no pineapples that are poisonous, at least not to my knowledge. Just saying. Cat does not want to become a new Florida Man headline. No, I don't. Especially because I know of a very hilarious one involving a gator and a trucker basically on an acid trip who tried to go skinny dipping in a lake. So I figured eating alligator was more of a Louisiana thing. I think it is, but I do know it is served in Florida. I just have not been to a place that has it. Or, like, I say that. I'm sure I have been to a place that has served it. I just either didn't realize or didn't think of it at the time. And as far as I know, none of the places near me sell it. You're worried about poison when eating snakes. Something has been very wrong. No, I mean, I'm just more worried about overall hygiene than anything else. In a weird way, like, to me, like, you know that concept that some religions have, like, unclean meat? That's how I feel about a snake. I just feel like I'm eating something that spends all of its day eating, like, rodents and, like, other, like, diseased creatures. Made from fruits and vegetables that are supposed to be poisonous. We just said we don't care. I like tasting this, and then we breed out the poison. Yeah, I mean, that can definitely be a thing. Cad's disdain for snake is that strong. Yep. Cat of the Golden Order confirmed. Listen, chat. I just have a natural aversion to snakes. I don't know what it is. I say that. I know what it is. It is my interactions with them when I was younger. Isn't that also why I suggested not to eat sharks? I know we watched that like on the last media share night, that like super disgusting video that Jay put in there. God damn you, Jay. And like it was talking about how like shark fin soup is actually disgusting, but I don't know. The snake is probably full of parasites. I mean, to be fair, we all are. like quite literally everything you eat is probably full of parasites. Though again, like that is why we cook things, right? It's not disgusting, it's just unique. Yeah. Look what the parasites did to Fry. I mean, perhaps. All right, chat, hold on. Let me double check the actual timing here. I see Bob. Oh, I've actually seen that before, Azure. Oh, thank you, Avalon. You already put it in there. In 61 minutes. And counting. I see somebody in there's already chanting for Destiny Order Summon. You're not getting that early. Not a year early. Is this Neko Arc singing this? What the shit? Jay wants the song skip. Okay. So where were we, chat? So by the way, chat, right now JP has a participation for their summer event. And the reason why is because their summer event requires the completion of LB7 and I believe Ordeal Call Prologue. So if you guys want to do summer this year on JP, you literally have to get caught up. But it is also an interesting thing because it does seemingly indicate that summer is coming sooner rather than later. We pretty much know that they're going to end up having, probably for the rest of June, the rerun of the arcade collab. So people are thinking July is going to be summer on JP, which will be earlier than normal. Historically, it's usually been like August slash September at this point because we've had a couple late ones. But this will actually be bringing it a little bit earlier than normal if that's the case. So, is it LB7? Okay. They run summer on JP before Annie. That's a complete dick move. Yeah, 100%. And you can't blame them for it. They'll make more money off of that straight up. It's just smart of them. And there is like no rule against it. It's the Ordeal Call Prologue as a requirement, not LB7 specifically. Okay, so chat is at least giving me mixed signals, but I'm going to side with Avalon because that's what I remember it being as well. If someone has proof otherwise, feel free to come forward. But anyways, like I was saying, right, that's JP's current ordeal. Basically, we've got on NA here 7th anniversary coming up. Y'all know that. We're also supposed to have hunting quests. These are as part of the like prologue here. So again, just to give you guys an idea, you can see you will be getting QP from this, so they do recommend doing QP boost. Basically, it's just Fuyuki requirement, which is kind of to be expected. It's looking like you guys are going to get bones here, and I believe, if I remember correctly, that this round of hunting quests changes with like each one as to what the rare drop can be, but I may be wrong. I may be remembering a different one. Yeah, so there's a chance Anastasia and V replaces a skeleton enemy that immediately withdraws, dropping a night metal and 1 million QP. So basically, there is a rare spawn that will drop a night metal in that one. You got a wyvern hunt here for fangs as well. Then basically, Lenling Wang is going to possibly replace one of them and also drop a night metal in QP. Then you've got the merman hunt for shells. The only thing I will warn you guys about the possibility of over farming this stuff is do keep in mind we do have a shell lotto coming up that JP had last year. So that is a thing. You might not want to overkill your shells. Just get enough to subsist you basically through this this summer. And again, you can see this one's also going to drop a night metal. The Garuda hunt here. Blah, 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 blah. Is going to be Phoenix Feathers, which is yet another one that we've had in lottos before. But it to be what it to be. We've got Fruit of Longevity here for this one. The Kelpie hunt, which is going to be bicorn horns. And so now we're starting to get dual mats here. And whenever you guys are unsure, if there are two materials for the hunting quest, allow me to explain how this works. Usually, the lesser rarity material is worse than the overall free quest, the best free quest that you can find out there in terms of AP efficiency. So if you wanted to farm this for proofs of the hero, this would not be worth it. That is to say, if that was the only thing you were getting out of it, it basically would not be to your advantage. Now, there may be other mitigating circumstances. Maybe you like the QP and the embers that are going to be here. That's certainly a thing, as well as the master experience. But what I'm trying to say is, usually if all you want is the lower rarity material, it is usually not a good idea to farm it. And the reason why is, again, AP efficiency wise, it's not as good. The thing that is AP efficient usually is the higher rarity mat. So if you wanted to farm this for bicorn horns, yes, this is probably a good drop. So again, just keep that sort of thing in the back of your head, that it's like the higher rarity material is the good one to farm for, the lesser rarity material is not. However, again, if you need, say, both of them, that's you killing two birds with one stone, so that is a-okay. So just try to think about it along those lines of what do you need from the node. And you can see this one is basically also going to be the Fruit of Longevity, and then we have the Soul Eater Hunt, which is going to end up being basically our demonic beast grease and our gears. Again, this will be the same deal where the demonic beast grease will actually be good to farm, the gears will probably not be. And you can see this one will also drop a fruit. And then the last one, I believe, here is the Cerberus Hunt. This one is pages and meteor shards. So again, meteor shards will be good. Pages probably not so much. Just keep that in the back of your head. And you guys can see this last one will also drop Scale of Fantasies. So again, this is your LB6, basically your silver material. So again, if you guys need some of that stuff, it could be a thing. Just keep in mind that, like, with these extra drops here, this is a rare spawn. It is a chance to happen. It will not happen every run. Therefore, do keep in mind that it's not like a guaranteeable thing. If you farm enough, you certainly will get some, but I am not aware of what the drop rate on something like that would be. So those hard things are so common. It's actually not that they're super common. They're actually, if anything, not. And the issue at play with bicorn horns is, last I checked, bicorn horns are the second least used gold material in the entire game. The least used gold material in the entire game is right here. So at least that's the way it used to be for years. Again, I'd have to look to see if any of the newer materials challenge that, but basically those two have been the historically least two used. So. Farming mats for Charlie and Cream at the moment, so I probably won't do a lot of farming on these. Yeah, I mean, it's okay, right? Like, and the other thing to keep in mind too, chat, is this is going to happen probably right before anniversary. Usually at anniversary, you get all the Ember Gathering, all the training grounds unlocked, and it's totally up to you if you want to farm them or not. So, like, if you're just maybe after, like, the Embers or something, this is probably not the best use of your Embers. So keep that in mind. You know of any summer servants that don't require shells? Oh god, if anything, it'd probably be one of the extra classes, like a ruler or a alter ego or a what's the other one? Because it's pretender, foreigner, and avenger that are bad. What's the one I'm forgetting, chat? Ruler, alter ego, and brain die. Moon cancer, thank you. Yeah, so moon cancer, alter ego, and ruler are the ones that the first like 7 levels are just skill gems. So it's literally just level 8 and level 9 that you have to like worry about costs. So maybe one of them, but outside of that, I don't know of any. And usually where they'll still hit you is they'll hit you on the ascension then. So if I had to guess, no, there's probably not one that doesn't use shells, but there's certainly ones that use more and ones that use less. Summer BB, for instance, takes none. Interesting. Yeah, like I said, that was my guess, is that was probably going to be one of those 3 classes. Nora Pence, that's actually really surprising. But yeah, it's just because they're very exceedingly generous usually, and so where they try to hammer you is those last two. They try to make it the worst possible math that they can for you. But it definitely depends on when the unit came out and really what the demands of the unit are. But anyways, that's basically Hunting Quest Part 12. And again, you guys can see here you got a 122 node for the Lancers there. You've got a 113 node for the Riders. That one's going to be nice. I'm not going to say like any of these are impossible by any means, but certainly an issue. I will say this, you might want to get your Sumanai online. He will shred stuff like this, and you should be able to 3-turn with him now. Basically got a 212 with the Merman. Ugh. Just not giving you much in the way of a refund there for something like that. The Garuda Hunt here is going to be a 213. It's the same deal. Again, you guys can see they get excessively dickish with some of these early ones. A 222 node for the for these Sabers, the pirate enemies. The Soul Eater Hunt is going to be a 132. And then the Cerberus Hunt, the last one here, is a 112. So, and again, Berserkers often have a way of being sneaky because they usually inflate the health a little bit more on them. I think I have Sumanai ready. Yep. Drop rates for the Hunting Quest are on Damas Araya. Yeah, they probably are. I just like, again, it's one of those deals where it's like I don't want to have to go dig it out at the current moment. But needless to say, like I said, I think everything for Damas Araya should be good through like Anniversary at minimum. I don't remember if it was like with summer that it started or if it was like more in the fall, but I do remember that that's like where they started to have issues, but they may have very well gone back and added the actual data that they did have. So I don't know. These look like Buster farms to me. Early on, these 90 plus nodes are certainly that way. Do keep in mind, chat, we are headed into the era of 90 plus plus. So there is a little bit more like annoyances coming your way. But usually with these 90 plus ones, it's not so bad. Like you can manage to do it even with like quick and arts. So it's like it just usually requires you to build some sort of like double damage dealer setup if you're going to do something like that, something refund based, but it's certainly not impossible. Also keep in mind too that you can do things like crit carding and stuff like that with the low health single enemy waves. But yeah, that is certainly an issue. And again, you know, units like Arash or heck, even gotta keep wanting to say Nightingale, even Nitocris can be your best friend in this sort of stuff because they can just take out a wave and kind of get plugged out in some way, shape, or form. Waiting for the 90 star node in events? Please no. I don't want to see it. I don't like, and allow me to state this. The reason I don't really care to see 90 star nodes is because the game's health value is already inflated enough as is. And we are already at risk of sort of running out of reach of like your 3-star and 4-star units that have not gotten upgrades. So I don't think it's a good idea for them to keep expanding the overall difficulty without doing something on the player end. So it's like they can come back and try to buff all the units, but I'm going to be honest with you and say I have no faith for them to do that because never in their 9-year history have they ever done that, really. So instead it would have to be more something like maybe they raise the level cap or something on the player end. But until they do something like that, I don't really want to see star nodes. And I'll be honest with you, I'd rather see them raise the level cap and we start having level 100 nodes than we actually like, you know, have to deal with 90 star. But I know 90 star are already a thing. It's just I would like for them to remain rare and not a consistent thing. It would be overkill unless they use tons of rewards for it. Yeah. Could just be a single enemy with break bars. Could be. That would feel like a really weird farm, though. I'm not gonna say it couldn't be done and that it's no different than doing like a 1-1-1 like 3 enemy node, but Yeah, I just say it would probably not be received as well, because the other issue with break bars is then the enemy must get its turn. So usually you're going to be waiting that out unless you're like stunning them or something like that, which hilariously enough does make things like charm and stun sort of meta, but I don't know. I think at that point when we start considering 90 star nodes, we have to really start considering, devs, what are you doing with the game? Like, why have you suddenly had to go from 90 to 90 plus to plus plus to star? Like, it's just very odd at that point. Because again, remember, chat, like, it's not that long ago that we got 90 plus nodes for the first time. So it's kind of really weird if they manage to sort of like catapult all this within the span of like 4 years. Means like for 5 years the game was perfectly fine with its current balance strategy, and then like the next 4 years after they had to like skyrocket. So, and that's, again, I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't think they're doing a great job balancing the game with 90 plus plus right now. So I don't think giving a new tier would help things in that regard, not unless they gave a bump up. Power creep, yep. Because of Oberon was a mistake. I mean, from the damage standpoint, yes. I like, I'm not going to try to speak on anything character wise or anything, but I've often talked with you guys about like Oberon in general and just where I feel like he is, right? I've never heard this Eminem song before because it's a play on the old Abracadabra song. uh but no, like I think for the most part, like Oberon's kit for his first and second skill are both perfectly fine. Like, I have no issue with how this works, other than adding a 70% charger to the game was strong. Like, it definitely changed things. And I talked with you guys about this before too, right? The second Oberon even was put in as a playable NPC in LB6, we knew. And I don't know if you guys remember, but I did make a video on that saying like, hey, by the way, this is coming. The game is going to have a 70% charger. Here's the impact of that. And I talked all about how like now every unit in the game will be able to 3-turn so long as they can get 10% charge. So it's like, that was already huge. The second we even consider a second 70% unit, every unit in the game can 3-turn. Like, you don't even need that. A 60% charging unit would also enable this. So it's really kind of odd, to say the least, but it is something that that he had a profound impact with. Then we look at the third skill, and the third skill just is like overkill, right? Like, I can flat out tell you, like, Oberon just did not need the 50% buster up. like straight up. He just is strong, even without that. So that was just icing on the cake for buster comps. It definitely, and I think that's low-key why it's there, is I think it was noticing sort of the, like, NP damage of, like, Quick and Arts, and being like, hey, wait, Buster's supposed to do good damage and do more. So let's give Buster basically a bump by giving it a little bit more of a nod in Oberon's process. And that's certainly a thing. But I'm also going to say, like, Oberon could have quite simply just not had this effect at all, and he would still be cracked. Everyone would still be trying to take Oberon all the time. So, like, it is what it is. Like, the 70% charge is that impactful to begin with. So then adding in like his ability to boost damage as much as it is, and also the fact that this applies to things like mystic codes and craft essences and passives and stuff like that, like, oh yeah, no, I don't think they really thought about that one too hard. Or they did it on purpose, but I'm going to say that it was quite the short-sighted viewpoint. Because again, you could have tempered Oberon some, and your power creep would still be strong, but it would not be as crazy as it is. So, like, yeah, no, I do really feel like Oberon was a point where they stepped too far. It was not a step, it was a jump. and they kind of knew it. Let's double the damage. Yeah, pretty much. First Oberon buff, add 50% arts and quick to skill 3. Yeah. I've talked to people about this before. I wouldn't at all be surprised someday in the future to see a 70% charging unit that is not Oberon. And maybe they are quick, or maybe they are arts. I feel like that actually would go a long way, particularly towards helping something like quick. But I don't know, right? I will say that at the end of the day, even considering that means moving that goalpost of power creep yet again. So I think the devs probably have realized what they've done, and they are probably going like, hold on. We need to slow down a little bit. Abe no Seimei. I mean, I've often thought that someone like Abe no Seimei. Oh, whoops, that was the wrong button there. Someone like Abe no Seimei was going to be but that sort of thing definitely depends. It depends on like how they want to design him and when he would even come out. You guys saw we got the ordeal call for Japan, and he didn't show up in that. So like, who knows? Who knows when you'll actually get something to that degree? Pro tag correction, maybe. Draco kind of raised the bar too. Interestingly enough, Draco doesn't really move the bar in terms of damage. The reason Draco moves the bar is because Draco is just like a berserker without the downside, really. Like, she does have a downside in the sense that like she's not as good against the extra classes. And Bob brought this up the other day, and I don't disagree with it. I think it is part of the reason you are beginning to see more extra classes. But certainly, I do think that that Draco is a strong unit, and again, partly what makes Draco so strong is just that overall class effectiveness. You can take Draco usually into this like mixed node type of setup, and you don't give a shit. Draco's killing everyone, and that's kind of why she's strong. I always like to think about things not from your standpoint, chat, not from my standpoint. I like to think of things from a new player standpoint. If you are a new player starting today, who are the units I recommend to you? Who are some of the best units you can grab? That is to say, if you had a budget and you wanted to basically be strong quickly, who do you grab? And it's really interesting because you sit there and you think about something like that, and it's like, yeah, someone like Castoria Berserker or someone like Beast Nero are just really freaking solid, and it alleviates the need for like any other single target for a long time. And I think that's an important thing to denote there about like just how strong and capable of a unit that is at that point. It's, hey, we can reasonably suggest this one unit, and it's not that you will never need another unit. It's just that you're covered for a long time and for a lot of content. Someone who's more universal, yeah. Advantage against 7 main classes plus defensive advantage against Zerks is insane. Yeah. No, it's like I said, right? Like it is a strong kit. And it's why like we can very quickly and easily point to some of the strongest units in the game. That's usually not a difficult thing to do. And I do believe that is why some of these stronger, more power creepy units have not had banners, really. I do think that's why they're somewhat controlling units like Tiamat and Draco, is they just don't want you to have access to them as readily because they know either they overtuned them themselves or they just kind of realized they need to be this exclusive and rare thing. And I'm going to say I still think you can expect banners for them, particularly like with Draco probably getting another banner right here. I think you can reasonably expect that at that point that like the cat's out of the bag and the devs probably care a lot less. Did people really vote for an arcade rerun just for the Draco banner? Yes. Yes, straight up. I'm going to say this flat out. I don't believe there's really any other reason to do so. It does have a nice welfare CE, but outside of that, I think it's just the Draco and Tiamat banners. Like a beast class that support? Well, according to Nasu, you will never get another beast class again. Your choice as to whether or not to believe him. But according to Nasu, you'll never get another one ever again. Nasu lied. Nasu got called out directly by Takeuchi in that interview with that very response. He was like, hold on, you can't say that. And he's like, well, I'm technically correct. And you're like... So it's like, it's just one of those deals where you're like, okay, Nasu. Like, it is probably the most direct proof of Nasu lied, straight up. Because the fact that it was actually cataloged in the interview straight up made it clear. But to be fair, we've known that. Like, and I feel like only people that like don't really pay attention to Nasu don't know that he absolutely will speak in like have truths and technically correct type of stuff, knowing full well that he's misleading you. That is like, some people be like, oh, that's not a lie. And I'm like, it is. You're being purposefully evasive and straight up doing so with the understanding that you are going to try to pull the wool over our eyes. He speaks in tongues? No. He speaks in riddles, not tongues. One Nasu only tells the truth, the other only lives. Tells only lies. I see. But no, that's just always been the case for a long time. So it's like, I think you can expect that you will get another beast unit. Whether or not they will be a beast, definitely like you will have summonable beasts. Whether or not they will be a beast, I'm sure does remain to be seen. But I think you still will see another beast unit, like straight up. And it may be that like, I don't know, maybe they're all welfares from here on out or some crap, or like, again, he's gonna have been technically correct in the statement. But I think you can at least rest assured that like, yeah, no, that's not done. Kiara's beast attribute, but a different class, right? So it's like, again, I'm sure it will be a thing, but it will remain to be seen how. And we won't know that until Nasu actually pulls it out of his hat. Why is it 72 per swords per skill on Charlie? This is just what they do with newer units. They always, if you have a new like story chapter that comes out, the units from that chapter have a tendency to take those materials, and it's usually a good chunk because they are playing catch up, trying to make that new material actually like have a demand for it. So it's usually those first couple of units will have a really robust cost associated. Oh, screw it. We'll do all the arts cards. Charlie was secretly Shiro all along? Probably. I would believe that. Technically correct, the best type of correct? Yes. All I want is Mash Dangerous Beast. Well, again, I think they can and should do more costumes than FGO. I feel like there are some easy changes that you can make to FGO to get people more hype about the game. Now, when I say easy, I mean like the change is obvious. I don't mean easy to implement, chat, because I'm gonna be real with you. It may or may not be easy to implement. We don't know how things work behind the scenes. So it may seem like us that it's the easiest change in the world, but to the devs, it may actually be the hardest thing ever. But yeah, no, I do believe that like you would turn a lot more heads with some really nice costumes. Because again, I feel like basically at this point, especially for the older gachas, I do not hear about them very much anymore. When do I hear about them? When they tweet out this new live 2D skin and everyone goes like, oh my God, that's hot. And it's always for like a popular character. It's always for, you know, somebody is like, oh man, I really found that character to be hot and attractive. And it's not like they're not shilling a new version of the unit necessarily so much as they just are, here's a new skin, and everyone starts drooling over it because it's one of the like fan favorites. So continuous pity should not be hard. Sure. But why are they going to give you continuous pity when you're going to keep rolling anyways? This is the issue with this sort of thing. Have you seen some of the recent Azure Lane stuff? Yeah, I have. I think the only thing that's disturbing to me is like they keep putting like feet in all of them, and I'm like, huh? I mean, I get that it's like a summer outfit, so the character's technically not wearing much of anything, but like they keep making feet the focus, and I'm like, I don't just know. Number 6 hasn't even run the Doman banner. That's an interesting observation. To be fair, though, how many banners has Doman had? Because I do feel like it's been quite a bit. Only one I remember is the dishwasher skin, and that's because Bubbles. Dishwasher is very based. Doman will likely get a banner with Summer 9. I swear, like, to me at this point, Doman is one of the like most like, and I'm not gonna say like he's overhyped or anything like that, but he is one of the most like run units that is a limited, or at least it feels that way to me. And I think it's just because he has been prominently featured in back-to-back summer events. So like to me, that's kind of where they messed up. But I guess. Azure Lane hired Kojima. What does that even mean? He's been on summer banners every year from summer 6 going forward. Yeah, and I'm sorry, that's just too much. Like, period. End of story. He needs to not be. And the reason why I say this, chat, is not like an axe to grind against Doman. I just legitimately feel bad for anybody hoping for any other male. That's why. Like, Mad Next, thank you for the follow. More than Morgan? I mean, Morgan had 4. I'd have to go back and look. I do know Tycho Bo also had the same amount as Morgan within less time. So that's not that surprising. Remember, chat, and I've said this before, but it's like they have sort of slowed down with the Fairy Knights some for very obvious reasons. I think they hit. So, like, people would be like, oh man, but they're so popular. Why would they ever stop running banners for them? Quite simply because, one, it will force you to acquire other units. And two, they hit saturation. I am pretty positive at this point that on either server, okay, and I say this on NA, without us having the lotto this year yet, but on either server, I'm pretty positive that anyone that wants Barghest and the rest of the Fairy Knights has them, like straight up. Morgan Le Fay, Barghest, frickin' Melisson, and Balbon Sith, like all 4 of them, like you pretty much have them if you want them, and the only way you don't is probably because you are new. That's it, right? Man, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it. Sorry, not resub. First sub. Jack, can we get some love for Mad's first sub to the channel? And enjoy your new emotes and welcome. I hope they got it out of their systems. I think they did. Like I said, it's purely a saturation point. I have to imagine that with every subsequent banner, no matter how popular the units are, it begins to make less and less. And then over time, the amount of revenue that it can generate begins to build because older players stop playing, newer players come in, and basically not as many people have the unit. So it's akin to being like, okay, the longer we wait to rerun, the more money this will make. Case in point, look at, things like the God Juna banner that didn't run for 3 years and everyone was chomping at the bit for him. Do you think summer is going to be more themed like LB6? Are you asking, do I think this upcoming summer on JP is going to be like the prior summer where it was very focused? Yes. And the reason why is because the real reason that last summer was focused was because they tried to go all out with the story on it. We already know they're doing that this year. Like, they've pretty much told us that. Just got Moriarty. I'm trying to team him up. I only like male teams. Oh, no, it's all good. So you're looking for, like, people to put them with? I mean, Merlin or Oberon or either one of those can definitely do some work. There's also plenty of other male supports that you can try to put in there with them. Summer 9 is Ordeal Call 1 Pro locked. The first time Summer has ever been locked. Yeah, and I don't know if like the actual event is or just the story. I would assume the actual event is just to be on the safe side, but I won't be surprised if it actually just is the story in the end. But either way, I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you guys that like it is going to be somewhat story significant, and as a result of that, 15k really. Should have just gone ahead and done the Castorian P, but it's just going to be one of those deals where, again, like, you guys can expect that they're trying very hard with the overall story of it. I don't know how, like, big a deal that will be. I just know that that's something that they have been, like, on a recent kick for, is they are trying to make the story in summer more significant. So, will it be themed? Yes, 100%. What will the theme be? I have no idea. Right? It might be LB7. It might be something not LB7. We'll just have to see. Sean Mozart has a 40% boost. Oh, sorry. So you mean Moriarty Ruler. That's my bad. I was thinking Moriarty Archer. Yeah, no, by all means. Gil Caster's certainly fine for him. Prince of Lenling can definitely be okay. I'm going to tell you, unit like maybe Paracelsus might be a good idea for you. Because Paracelsus is at least got NP gain and arts up. And then obviously, if you can manage to snag at a unit like Waver, could be pretty good for you too. If you extreme beach volleyball, never. I hope so. It's funny because they always keep joking like they're out of ideas. And this is where, like, I have begun to take, like, most of Nasu's comments just, like, with a grain of salt. It's because he made comments like, we don't know what to do for summer. What would people want us to do? And then he comes out with, like, last year's summer, which is completely LB6 focused. And you're like, yeah, no, you always had a plan. Don't give me that. Yeah, like straight up. Saber Wars, the return of the Saber, please. Race Queen Summer, please. I think that'd be great. Although we only really have the one Race Queen in the game at the moment. So it's like they would have to do a like everybody is that, for instance. But in a weird way, chat, would you guys prefer that? Like, would you guys prefer a more themed event? So like, let's say it's a Race Queen event and everyone that shows up there is a Race Queen, or maybe the guys are all race car drivers. Or would you like to see, you know, maybe something like a volleyball event where all the women are in their like volleyball uniforms and stuff, right? So like, I would like that, but I do think it might ruin some people's like idea for what they want their favorite character to be, right? Yeah, Suzuka's the one I was counting. To be fair, though, we have already had a summer race, so that wouldn't even be an original concept. We just didn't do Race Queens, which is wild that we didn't. I just want Summer Draco. It's still probably too soon for Summer Draco. And I'm just going to go ahead and tell you guys, like, probably not till like a year after that. Again, usually, and I'm not going to say this is a hard and fast rule because it has been violated before, but usually you're looking at about 2 years from a character's implementation until they're really considered for summer. And this makes a lot of logical sense, even if you don't consider the dev stated rules. And the reason why would be that they planned this stuff out quite a ways in advance. So, particularly by the time they are planning the next year's summer event, it is quite likely that that character was not put into considerations, like at all, because they probably started planning for it before that character was finally implemented. I'd rather have a Knights versus Paladins summer soccer tournament. I mean, it's probably unlikely to happen. And the reason why is because most of the Knights already have their summer outfits. Volleyball is fine so long as we get an Arturia versus Ku rematch. And the only reason I'm saying that is because, like, again, I do understand that, like, some people would probably be upset when their character is like, oh, why did they use the Ascensions for this? Why isn't it all just like my thong bikini everywhere? To be fair, though, FGO has kind of never really done that. Like, almost always, at least one of the Ascensions in a summer servant is something weird. That being said, there are definitely summer units where it feels like they're hardly even summer at times, so... At this point, they should not do Summer Airish because it's funny. Honestly, I'd rather they just went ahead and got it out of the way so that, like, people can stop complaining about it. I feel like it's one of those things, but also at the same time, it may be one of those things that perpetually keeps people around waiting for it. So, I don't know. Being Castoria's Summer 8 costume for the matches? Yeah, sure. You definitely do something like that. Don't we only have 4 paladins at this point? Of the 12? Yes. I bet Lasagna would soon buy the right to PD Piranha from Nintendo to put him in FGO, then make Summer Airish. No. I'm sure the whole reason they haven't done Summer Airish is because of something else. Either it's a lore consideration and they are saving her for something, or they straight up are just saving her and don't feel like she fits the current year. Now, I will say this, based off how they've described how they handle summer events, It is odd to me that they haven't, and here's why. We know for a fact that they usually decide the servants and then create the event to fit them, which is really funny because, like, that means that they easily could pick some of these units that they have skipped over, and it makes you really wonder why they have. Don't you dare put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Listen. Like I said, I'd rather it actually just go ahead and happen. Roland Astolfo, Bradamante, do we even have a fourth? I guess Charlemagne himself, if you actually count him. But Merlin? Merlin was technically not a knight. He was just an advisor to the knights. Sorry, the paladins. Is it the same reason we don't have Summer Passion left? According to Nasu, he blamed Takeuchi for that, but I'm also going to tell you that it's probably the other way around. It's probably like Nasu doesn't want to write it or some crap. And I don't know, right? Like, I did count Charlie, that is. Yeah, no, that's fine. Want to see more love to the low stars? Give Ku a costume already? To be fair, they've actually been pretty okay with giving some love to the low stars. I mean, we straight up had Charlotte as a 4-star one year, and you also had Teach as a 2-star. So, like, it has been a thing. Oh, and, you know, Ushi as well, so. So when are we getting the other two of the Soccer 5? I don't know. When am I getting 30 more saber faces? Listen, Chad, I'm a benevolent dictator here. I don't mind you guys getting something that you want. So long as I get what I want. When you pay the price, bet. Bet, chat. Throws piranhas to eat Cad's face, but why? What did I do? Just asking for one more Chiome variant. No need for a ton. Yeah. Like I said, I really wish that they would come back and like hit some of these older units that they haven't done in a long time, because I do feel like it would like assuage people some, right? Like I think that's part of the problem, is a lot of people are upset that some of the like old school units have not gotten an actual like summer variant. And I am really surprised that they haven't, but I also understand that they're trying to focus partially on newer stuff too. Can I get another Rin face, please? Sure. How would you like it? Would you like another costume? Would you prefer that Ren has new facial animations? And the only reason why I say this is because it feels like the monkey paw curls, right? Like... Rin face hasn't come out in a while. It hasn't. Like I've said before, too. It makes no sense to me. I feel like one of the easiest ways to bring Rin fans back into the game is just straight up release another Rin face. And then all of a sudden, you get people being like, oh my God, I really want that. I'll take anything I'm starting. I know. Like I said, to me, as long as people don't get upset with me getting excited over saber faces and stuff like that, I am a-okay being like on everyone's side and being like, yeah, y'all deserve your shit too. Straight up. I feel like he's just doing this to hurt me. I'm not. Don't take it personally. It's not even hard to make a Rin face. There's like so many avenues to make a new one. Like I've said, I do suspect that part of the reason is probably that Nasu is the holdup. He probably doesn't want to for some reason, some sort of like his own headcanon lore. And I know you're like, he can't have headcanon. He's the creator. And I'm like, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's headcanon as long as it's an unstated thing. So like, that may just be the case, is he just may be like in his brain against the idea for whatever reason. And we don't know why. But at this point, I almost have to assume that's the case, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. If you want to make money, start, just spamming Rin faces, because you will make a lot more money doing that. And I've said this before, to me, where you make the most money in FGO is either a Artoria, a Rin, or a Sakura. If you produce any of these three, you are going to print money straight up, like always, guaranteeably. So it's really like weird to me that they don't do that a little bit more consistently. I'm not going to say they need to like milk us, but I am surprised that they haven't. What about a new servant that's a Rin face, Saber face, and Sakura face, and one via different ascensions? I don't even want to think about what the lore for that would be. I'm not going to say you couldn't do like some sort of like anniversary servant where it's like it's actually the three of them together, but I think like 3 girls, 1 body is a tag I just don't want to see. Renface savior for quick, I'm calling it. Sure, go for it. You're dooming both yourself and the quick card. One Ascension Boss Buster, the other arts, and the last one quick. Sure would also fall into that category, I think. You mean like if you release a new Shiro? Yeah, I think to a degree, right? I think like there are just any of the like original Fate Stay Night characters are pretty much destined to print money. But the big 3, as I like to call them, the big 3 waifus will certainly print you the most, at least on a consistent basis. I think other characters probably start to hinge a little bit more on their design. So Shinji? Okay, chat, no cap. No cap at all. If they release Shinji into the game, it would make money. It would make probably like disgustingly good money. It's like, would I roll him? No. But would people actually roll him? Yes. Yes, they would. And I shit you not, chat. People would roll him, yes, just to be able to burn him, just to be able to like sacrifice him to Qin Gong. They would do any number of things to him. Okay, it's like you could rest assured that at minimum, people would roll him just for that. Waiting for paid banners to get myself an old man of the mount. Indeed. Do you think Walter could be in the ruler class? Or do you call 3 is dedicated to rulers based off the fact that we know practically nothing about her? Is this possible? Is it possible for her to be ruler class? It's possible, sure, but I don't know. Like, are we thinking that we get another one? Because to me, at that point, that's what that would be. You would not have Lalter. It would be some sort of variant of Lalter. I don't know. Right? Yeah, I do kind of side with Bob. I don't really think she'd be ruler material. I think at that point, you're looking at her being a lot more a lot more angy. But it definitely depends on where they want to go with the lore for her. That being said, it's not that we know almost nothing about her. We do, actually. There's quite a bit of theory craft on her and things that we kind of know from her various lines. But outside of that, yeah, I mean, they're still, compared to like an actual normal servant that's been featured mainly in story, we don't really know that much. Wild Hunt win, yep. Do you think it's more popular, Tamamo or Taiga? Who do I think is more popular? Tamamo or Taiga? Tamamo. I think it's Tamamo across all of Fate, but I do think that, oh god, I should not have popped all of that. I do think that that Taiga is no slouch. But I think when you like put people on an island and say you must choose one of these two, Tamamo probably wins. There you go, chat. Command ceiling. Tamamo crushes her, I'd bet. I bet it's not as much as you think. I'd actually tell you that. It's probably not as much as you think. Because again, usually how we know these things, chat, is they usually do like an entire like Type Moon character poll. And that's when they pull everybody as to like who their favorite character is. And that's usually the downfall of a lot of characters. So it's like, if you were to ask people who is better between Tamamo or Taiga, that is a binary choice. But if you ask people, who is your favorite character, pick one, that starts to spread things out a lot more. That starts to make it really tough. Last one was like 5 years ago, yeah. Which is certainly like since FGO has come out and been a thing, so. But that's why I'm saying, like, it's probably not as much as people realize. Taiga events have put her on the spotlight. Yep. No, and I'm gonna say too, like, I wish they actually would do more for Taiga than just quite literally than just Jaguar Man. I feel like Taiga's a really interesting character, and I would wail for a Taiga. Shaq, thank you for the 39. That time of the month again, indeed. Chat, we got like 4 minutes until the live stream. Not even. Didn't we just have Year of the Tiger? Yeah, and they did nothing. I've said this before, but I feel like the devs low key like whiff on things like that. Things where it would be really easy for them to do. Like Year of the Rabbit, you could have done a Bunny Girl event or something. You know what I just realized? Of all the OG Fate Masters, only Soichiro hasn't got a pseudo servant yet. Well, I guess it depends on what you consider a master. What are we talking as a master here? Who are we including in that list? Summer Old Man Hassan would be so awesome. I want the lifeguard Old Man Hassan with the harpoon. Summer Zenobia fully dressed. You joke, but I would not at all be surprised to see a Summer Zenobia in like a sundress, and then like one of her ascensions is like her in this like super hot bikini. But like, yeah, she straight up would have an ascension where she's practically more clothed. Something 500-year obsession guy hasn't had a pseudo yet. Indeed. That's why I was asking the question. It technically depends on who you consider to be a master. Baywatch lifeguard, old man in the mountain. Listen, I want Baywatch lifeguard Lulter. How about that, chat? She can smother me with her pontoons. We need Zenobia's NP form as a costume. Yeah, I mean, there's stuff like that I am actually kind of surprised that they haven't done, because you know they did the sprite work for it. But again, it does require them to sit there and like animate the individual pieces. I'm somewhat surprised that they went to the effort and then didn't go to like that little bit of extra more. Moon Cancer, Castoria. I mean, we already have Zerker Castoria, so I don't think you're going to see another Castoria form. At least not for a while. The recommendations for Ruler Moriarty? Yeah, I mean, Black Grail is pretty much going to be the best thing you can slap on him just for raw damage. If you actually need charge, then, you know, give him something like Ocean Flyer or something. The Santa slot's always there. I mean, the Santa slot is always there, but we shall see. Okay, chat. Gonna switch gears here. The sweet JBB's is turning that down. Let me turn Aurelia see-through. Okay. YouTube trying to make us deaf? As always. Oh. Oh. Oh god, this is tight. I think it's like one rung too tight. It's gonna cut off circulation in my head. A Medea buff? I mean, it certainly could be a thing, but we'll just have to see. Go ahead, turn it all the way up by force. Make sure it's on English. Okay. Big faux head CAD. Big fat CAD. It's a faux hat. It's a fat. Who knows? They might make another Luvia face. Maybe. Now, chat, like I said, we obviously know Hakkenden's getting announced here. So the big thing is, are they going to announce something else, like the advanced quests, or again, the hunting quests and the, like, you know, preamble leading up to anniversary, or again, maybe even a surprise Oku. So we'll see.
Hello everyone, my name is Albert Cao. I'm the localization producer here at Aniplex of America.
And I'm Michael Casamento. I'm an assistant producer here at Aniplex of America.
Thank you for tuning in to today's Chaldea Broadcasting Station Light, Volume 8, Nanmei Yumihari 8 Dark Chronicle pre-release special!
Yay!
Hello.
Man, he like just blurted that out.
We have actually a couple things we want to talk to you guys about today, especially about the event, but before that,
we do have some things going on now.
Yeah, we do have a couple things that's going on right now, so I want to kind of just recap
Anime
what's
Expo
happening right now and what are some of the events that happened recently. So,
okay.
First, Part 2, Chapter 6.5, Realm of the Thanatos Impulse Trump, Life and Death of an Illusion was just released. How was that story for you?
I enjoyed it. I don't want to say too much about it because maybe not everybody has finished it yet. But,
Yeah.
it was intense.
It was very intense. A lot of things happened.
The stakes were high.
And for being part of the main scenario, a lot of the mystery about what happened in Lost Spell was revealed a bit, but
we've learned some things.
We've learned something. So definitely, if you have not played the scenario yet, definitely play the scenario. We also have new materials.
We do have new materials
that become available in the scenario as well.
Get farming,
by
chat.
clearing the story event for the first time, you do get some of those materials, which will be very useful for some of the newer servants.
And you can never have too many materials.
Yeah. So while we're talking about Trump, so we do have the pre-release campaign that is still happening, but it's ending soon. So just want to let everybody know, if you clear the anti-primate biosphere, Sunku Scout Sanctuary before the campaign ends, you get 10 Saint Quartz, and clear the main quest, clear missions. You also get crystallized lore, rare prisms, and bronze saplings.
All good reasons to do that.
Yeah, and all the main quest AP costs are reduced to 0 until Avalon Lefay. So this will be a very good opportunity for people to start catching up.
Yeah, it means you can make more blue apples.
And in addition to that, we also have the Singularity Repair Support Campaign, Part 3, that's happening right now. And there's a crew login bonus. You'll get Leyline Stone that'll be very helpful with some of the difficult quests.
Yeah.
During the main scenario, you'll get a Hellfire of Wisdom, and you'll get 2 million QP.
6.5 wasn't difficult,
chat. Ground daily quest will be unlocked on all days of the week. And special master missions for this campaign will also be available for a limited time. The campaign does end soon, on June 10th.
Yeah.
So use this opportunity to catch up on the main scenario, especially regarding this event that we're going to talk about.
Yeah, this is a good time to catch up, and also the leyline stones are really nice for some of the more difficult fights, because there are some pretty tough fights.
Yeah, and you don't have to
not if you beat LB6.
Your Senko Reserve.
Exactly.
So use this opportunity. And
I think that's everything that's going on now. So
yeah.
what else are we here to talk about?
We are here to talk about the latest game event, Nanmei Yumihari 8-Dog Chronicles!
The dog event.
So the new event is titled Nanmei Yumihari 8-Dog Chronicles. And before everything, let's just take a look at the prologue.
Ah, that's why you're smiling like that. Okay, fine, let's do this. One day, a little puppy wanders into Chaldea. The dog-loving servants gather around in delight as the mysterious puppy capers about. After the initial excitement dies down, an unknown servant arrives, claiming to be the puppy's owner, but something seems off about their spirit origin. Chaldea's staff begins an analysis of the servant, but a tremendous roar and a sudden accompanying tremor shake Chaldea violently. Out of nowhere, a mysterious arrow smashes into Chaldea, causing massive damage. Master, along with a hastily assembled party, assembles to search for the assailant before they can unleash their next devastating strike. Their search takes them to a newly discovered group of minute singularities. Will Master and company be able to locate and defeat their mysterious attacker before the next arrow strikes Chaldea?
I wonder who shot the arrow.
Thank you. Puppies!
Let's focus on what's more important here. I think that's definitely...
A puppy wanders into Chaldea. I want a puppy to wander into my office. That's what I want. Also,
I don't think we can trust Albert around dogs.
yes. I want the puppy part. I don't need the interdimensional sniping part.
Yeah, this is kind of a two-part deal, and I don't want our office getting interdimensionally attacked.
And people will be like, what are you talking about? So, to further explain what we're talking about, we do have a snippet, just a little bit of the adventure part of the event. So let's take a look.
Doge. Sniffer. Oh god, that's loud. Doge. Get down, Mr. President. Oh, both time and space. Seven holy grails. There's not seven. Meh. God, the dog buffed Barcast. The stray shaggy dog.
See, puppies.
I did see a puppy there. A puppy attended by a much larger dog in the form of Barkest. I guess this is an opportunity to trot out the Chaldea servants with connections to dogs.
Yeah.
So yeah, Barghest makes sense as a choice here.
But also the interdimensional.
Yeah, just like Ku.
A cannon sniping shot through space and time.
I mean, yes, we're being sniped across space and time itself, which is a scary thought.
It is.
And somehow the dogs figure into that. Somehow.
Well, you just gotta.
You're just gonna have to.
You just gotta play the event.
You know what? You're just gonna have to play the game.
Just gotta play the event.
To find out why is Hokusai the one who's helping us.
I feel like if you're watching this, you were already going to play it.
Let's take a look at the next slide. So, how to progress in the event? Whoa!
Yay, points!
So, main quest will be unlocked on the daily schedule and can be unlocked by collecting certain amount of Dog Warrior points. And collect Dog Warrior points and invite items in free quests to get a lot of rewards. Especially if you can see on the graph now, obviously, in addition to our Hellfire, Golden Fruits.
By the way, Chad, I went over all of this in the event preview, so if you guys want to go watch that video, it'll give you everything you need to know about the event.
Especially the Ash of Remembrance.
The Ash of Remembrance is a new one, yeah.
It's a new one that got added during Trum.
So if you got some of the new servants in Trum, you may be hurting for these.
You will need a lot of Ash of Remembrance, and you might be short.
Yeah, and I mean, what is the constant theme of these? Is events are the best time to get items. So
yeah,
here you go.
Actual good advice.
For example, Moriarty Ruler.
Yep.
Recently from Trum, then you definitely will need a lot of Ash of Remembrance.
Yeah.
So make sure you play through the event and stock up on these items. So, this game has kind of like a small mini game. You will have these dog warriors join you in the event. So, as you keep playing through the event, you'll be able to expend items to send dog warriors on expedition once they join your group as you progress through the story. After a certain amount of time, the dog warriors will return and they'll bring back items, dog warrior points, which, like we see in the previous slides, is what's will help you to unlock new quests and you get rewards from it as well.
It's like a really.
Do we get to pet the dogs? Yes. That is actually where Samurai Remnant gets it from.
Used to send dog warriors
Probably.
Will be returned to you once they come back from the expedition along with other items. You can also reduce the expedition time by sending dog warrior who has high affinity with your chosen expedition location. So plan accordingly. Next. For events, there will be a couple servants that will get attack strength bonus and bump points. So in addition
look, they're all
to the
dogs.
ones that you see here,
Except
all
Hokusai.
the archer class servants will also receive attack strength bonus and bump points bonus. So add them to your team to help you progress through the event easier. Next, We also have event reward command codes.
Ah, yes.
So these event command codes are obviously, each of them has a special motif that's attached to it, and
The
a lot of
Raiko
times
one's
it will
good.
help with servants associated.
I think that's a really helpful. Like the sunflower paintbrush is a great card for Van Gogh because of her curse mechanics. So being able to curse herself on command is really nice.
But also, let's say for example, with
Yeah, it's a
Raiko,
curse demerit.
skill would actually
Don't
add
make the
special
mistake I did,
attack
Jen.
effects. With this command code, you can really actually add that skill effect as long as you attack with that engraved card.
Yeah.
So, it gives a lot of different strategy. Also, you get a fluffy doggo.
I know that's what you're really about here.
Yes, I'm a big dog person, so.
Yes. This is your breed too.
I love that doggo so much. So you can get a white fluffy doggo as well as a command code. We'll also have event limited craft essence that you get by playing the event and exchange items to get them.
Very good
play
artwork.
Through the event, you're guaranteed to max limit break them as long as you clear through the event and exchange everything from the shop. So we can look at the max limit break and stats. Apply short hit, increase art and buster card effectiveness, and you begin with a battle with MP charge at 50%.
Sure hit is such a nice thing to have on a CE because it opens up your options as far as who you bring.
So let's say if you put at the beginning or event as your backline attacker, as they come up, if you have enemies that you might be worried about what they put on evade, as we have a lot of high difficulty quests that have more gimmicks on the enemy side, and you will make sure that your backup attackers will be more likely to use their MP immediately, and their attack will be more likely to hit. Also, as we mentioned,
Please stop talking, Albert.
It's an important gimmick for this event. Equipping this craft essence will also help you get more warrior points and make sure you can progress through the event more efficiently. Next, let's take a look at a video.
A video?
Yes, a video.
Uh-oh.
Indeed. Let's take a look.
At a video.
お初にお目にかかります。じゃあ、シン
So he gets his anniversary costume.
ケンナー天才だ
Yo, hold on. That's violence against women. You can't show that.
Khadroth's spiritual dress, the absolutely cool Haori and Hakama, is now available. The wardrobe key acquisition quest will be added to the dressmaking section. A few conditions will have to be met to unlock the wardrobe key acquisition quest, so check the official site again for more information. In addition to that, 2 rank up quests will also be added, and here are the 2 servants that'll get the rank up quest. You'll be Heshin Lobo and Okada Izo.
How appropriate.
So
Yep. Each gets a rank up.
also check the official website and our social media for information about their rank up quest. And next,
He is a
we are
limited
going to
3-star, yes.
introduce a new servant.
Oh, who could it be?
The new servant for this event. So let's take a look at the video.
Dog herder.
空に集いし奴の玉雲割り風呼び人の誠を今と知るそこらに対して日度照らす月光なり南宋里見八犬伝
She also has the Dragon Balls, yeah.
SSR 5-star rider Kyokte Baking will be added to the game, and that MP video.
I like that.
It's
I like
very
that very
pretty.
much. It
It's
is very
very
pretty.
pretty. And as an event bonus, her attack strength will also go up by 100%, and she will get more bound points from the event as well. Let's take a look at her Noble Phantasm effect. So, Kyokte Baking's Noble Phantasm is Nansou Satomi 8 Dark Chronicles, which, for the people that might be aware, might not be aware, Kyokte Baking is a novelist in Japan, and
The writer of the 8 Dog Chronicles.
a writer of the very same book, Nansou Satomi 8 Dark Chronicles.
Wow, spoilers.
The effect is at special attack, demonic to yourself, and also deal heavy evil special attack damage to all enemies.
I also have a
And
video
you also
on
get
this.
CSR at the end. So for enemies that fit within both those 2 categories, you'll deal
On
a
Baking.
lot of damage. So she's an AoE art attacker, and you guys know
Yeah.
how powerful those servants
And
are.
demons tend to be evil, so.
Yeah. Add her to your team, and she'll be very helpful.
Oh, very
this
much so,
event.
yes.
And next, let's take a look at the limited time craft essence that will be implemented in the game as well. So we have the 36 other views of Mount Fuji, which
None
the
of these are
motif
that
is,
particularly
gold
good.
here. And then we also have Warriors.
But the 4-star is
Watchtower,
actually
which
okay
is,
for a budget
Shangyuan
star
Lubu.
bomb.
And then we have Valiant Warriors on the plan, which is Haitian Lobo and the 8-dog Warriors.
So we know which is the one Albert is after.
Puppy. So
5-star looks so cool. Yeah, it's fine.
One riding him behind Hessian on his back.
I'm just speaking purely for gameplay purposes.
So
Like, it's
all these
okay.
will
It's just
add
not
increase the amount
that
per drop
good.
for the event items, which will help you progress the event through faster and exchange for a lot of volume.
The best artwork, Chad, is the 3-star.
Again, I love the art so much, all 4 of them.
Oh yeah.
Especially, the Warriors Watchtower is mimic after ukiyo-e.
Which is very appropriate.
It was very appropriate for this event. So for me, a lot of times, like I say, I add them to my personal collection of craft essence galleries.
Albert's mobile Louvre.
Mobile Louvre. So all of these 3 craft essence will be part of the limited time Name Yumihari 8-Dog Chronicles pickup summon. Also, you can check out the official site and get for more information regarding the pickup. And now the question is just, when does the event start? So
When does it?
Now.
the event will start, you guessed it, tonight. Whoa! But to participate,
After maintenance.
you have to clear Part 2, Chapter 3, Lost Realm number 3, the Synchronized Intellect Nation Sin, the Crimson Beauty Under the Moon. Like we talked about before, earlier in the stream, there is a campaign going on right now that can help you progress through the main scenario much faster.
And in fact, it lowers the AP cost for
Yeah.
it.
So
it's a
use
good
this
time for it.
opportunity. Also, it's thing to note that you will not need to clear pseudo singularity 1 through 4.
Yeah.
In order to.
So you don't have to
start.
clear Epic of
That
Remnant,
cuts
chat.
a lot of time out of it too.
Yeah, but those stories are also amazing as well.
They really are. They're absolutely worth it.
So when you have time, definitely go through them. And we have more information.
We do?
We do. A couple more information we still also want to share with you. So next slide. So we're giving away a special wallpaper for this event. All you have to do is share the special site for this event on social media, and you can get an original wallpaper for your phone. So definitely go check it out. The event will start on June 4th. Next, Events Quest Part 6 will be coming on June 6th. And the unlock requirement is to clear the 4th singularity, the Mist City, London, and take your servant to challenge this quest. And once you get them, you'll get the special craft lessons that will increase the drop rate for some of.
So we were kind of expecting this.
Yeah.
And skill up materials.
And as we always say, you can never have too many of those.
Yes.
So basically Thursday for that.
A new release that's also coming up as well. So, Tsukihime, A Piece of Glass Moon is coming. Yay!
Yeah!
And the release date is June 27th.
So like 2 days after the event
very,
ends.
very soon.
Oh, that is very soon.
And it will be available on Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4. And we'll have the physical limited edition available for pre-order.
Where's
so definitely
Steam?
check out the official website, tsukihime-en.com for more information. Also, the digital editions will also be available on the platform. So definitely check it out. And actually, to go along with Tsukihime's release, we have a Tsukihime, A Piece of Blue Glass Moon release celebration campaign. So there will be a login bonus, and then at the end of
I feel
the
like they
login
did this
bonus,
on
you'll
JP
get
though.
Saying quartz. You'll also get a lot of valuable items like the Hellfire of Wisdom, and you will also get Saint Chords and full cards as well. The campaign period will start from June 19th to July 6th. So not yet, but almost happy release.
Very nearly. Happy almost release.
Happy almost release. So check out the celebration campaign. And that's all we have for you today. But last, we have reached the total of 25,000 reactions on Facebook and X.
6 more, chat.
So you'll get a total of 6 Saint Courts.
What excellent timing.
And that will be the end.
Does this line up with Annie? Yeah.
Again, I hope you enjoy the event. For me, I'm going to enjoy the event very much because puppies and doggos.
Yes.
And so we'll love to hear what you have to say about the event next time.
Yeah.
All
Let
right.
us know.
So we'll see you next time.
Bye.
That was actually a really short one. It was only 23 minutes long. Honestly, good. like part of the issue that I think they have with some of these is there's really not that much to talk about, and they start like flapping their gums for a little bit too long, and they start saying stupid stuff. But I'm going to tell you, like, flat out right now that was overall, like, just better for them. Just having a, like, fast and easy thing is always going to be good. But I do want to see, because, chat, does anyone remember when Tsukihime came out? Because I feel like they did have a campaign for it. I'm trying to remember exactly when. Wasn't it like early last year? Was when it came around? I thought it was good. Yeah, I did too. When is the event? In a few hours? Yes, we have maintenance tonight, and you guys will start the Hakkenden event. If you guys need a summary of that, feel free to go watch my video. I did talk about each one. Let me double check here. August 2021. Ooh, wow. Really? Was it that long ago? Holy cow. Man, we're still waiting on part 2 for this. Yeah, so I guess, right, and I think they announced it, and we still, we didn't get a campaign then. Okay, so that's interesting, because I thought for some reason that we did, but it may have just been a, like, social media thing. Maybe what I'm remembering. Tsukihime will come out this year because they have to have something to promote Archetype Earth. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that the timing is the way it is, because again, chat, the 27th of June is right after the 25th, which is NA's true anniversary date, and we pretty much know, I think it's what, chat, the 3rd? No, sorry, hold on. When is it? The 6th. I think it's the 6th is when we have Annie this year. So, like, it's not that much further. So yeah, I think they're going to try to kind of ride that hype wave and use that to sell, again, Tsukihime copies. You guys heard me, though, and I kind of still have this opinion a little bit, is I want them to bring it to Steam. I've told you guys before, if you want them to keep bringing stuff to the West, you should support it, but I'm kind of in a little bit of an annoyed place with them that they keep refusing to bring things to Steam, because the stuff that they do bring to Steam actually does quite well. So I would hope that they actually would. When is the announcement live stream? It just happened. You just missed it. And thank you for the follow, Angel. For those dreading it, Oku can still be shoved into 3 weeks of Hakkenden. It can. I'm going to tell you, though, I don't think it will. Given the fact that they just announced Tsukihime, I suspect they would have probably gone out of their way to go ahead and announce that too, especially as this was a shorter stream. Like I said, this is the feeling I have had all along, is that we're probably not getting Oku before anniversary, but it is still possible. I will say it is entirely possible that they just overlap with either the event or with anniversary itself. So just, kind of pay attention and keep your ear to the ground. They may actually drop that on us. But I am thinking that it probably makes the most sense for them to do it after anniversary, just so that they don't have too much dead time this year. Does Hoku get a banner with this event? Yes, she does. My theory is that they don't want a PC release because of piracy. Damn, that's wild. They're going to get pirated even more because they don't release it on PC. That's really funny to me, because, like, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if that is their theory, but I always find that mentality sort of laughable, because when you don't make it available on a person's platform of choice, you are increasing the odds that they pirate it. Straight up. That has, like, always been the case with anything in gaming. And again, people always have the option at this point of basically, playing a fan-made translation or again something that is pirated of nature. So I think that's always an issue that they face, and I think it's better to lean into it than to try and prevent it. And it usually works out in your favor if you do. But again, we'll have to see. I did see some people asking me, will I play it? I would like to play Tsukihime, but I am also kind of that opinion that I really don't want to buy it for PlayStation 4 or Nintendo Switch. Both of which, like, PlayStation 4 has already been deprecated for PlayStation 5. So I'm sure it will be backwards compatible and you will be able to play it on a PlayStation 5. But we also have news of like potential PlayStation 6 leaks at this point. And straight up, we know that the Nintendo Switch is going to have a successor. We don't know what, we don't know when. We just know it's going to be announced this year. So it seems like a really odd move to announce this for basically two older consoles at this point. I'm going to say, obviously, the Switch is the earliest they can release it for, so that's perfectly fine. I also understand they want to make it more accessible, so they don't want to, like, put it exclusive to PlayStation 5, but I just find their choices in consoles really odd at this point in time. PS4 Collector's Edition is censored while the Switch one isn't. I did remember hearing about that. At least the Collector's Edition book is what is censored. And if you're curious as to why that is the case, there is an artwork in particular that is in the book where a character, it does not show any genitalia or anything like that, but they are functionally nude. So it's like one of those like anime nudes where like everything is sort of like censored to begin with, so you don't see anything. But I guess like in the PlayStation version, they straight up like covered it up, if I remember correctly. So it's an interesting thing nonetheless. But I'm also going to say this too. You guys got to be careful buying any sort of like art book or anything like that on the JP side of things. Like if you ever have a game that is first produced in Japan, it is very likely that they did not reprint the book. So if they are selling the book, it is probably also in Japanese, but it just depends. I have seen cases where that's not the case and stuff like that. It's just my fair warning to you all that you might not be able to read in some cases. Because I remember that happened, I think, with Samurai Remnant as well. I think some of the features were Japanese only because of that. You're telling me people make models with no clothes to design them better? No way. Yeah, quite literally, right? Yeah, and it very much was like an artistic nudity where kind of like people will draw the original like body and then like form in order to like give it an idea of like how they want the shape to be. And so like they'll do something like that and it will be naked, and then like basically then they'll start like actually putting the clothes on and everything. It's more that they want to get the anatomy right first. And as you guys can see, I am clearly an expert artist here. But that is usually how they do it. That being said, this particular design is straight up like it's meant to be the way that it is. But yeah, I didn't really find it to be that bad because it doesn't actually show anything. So I'm really not sure why Sony censored it, but Sony's kind of always been that way. And I find it really odd. In fact, I'm somewhat surprised that Nintendo isn't censoring it, but it is what it is. So. Oh, his book was translated, but Fate Samurai Remnants wasn't. It's coin flip. Yeah, and it's just a buyer beware sort of thing. Just, obviously pay attention and try to like do as much research as you can ahead of time, because it might save you some money in the end if you realize like, oh, I wouldn't enjoy it if it's in Japanese, then maybe you don't get it. Need more curves, not gonna lie. Yeah, that's fine. Right there is why the stream is not for all ages. Yeah, I'm sorry. I drew artistic nudity on the channel. I drew what's it? I drew Smough from Dark Souls 1 on the screen. In all of his golden gloriousness. But yeah, so again, we pretty much knew that was the case. We did get the announcement of Advanced Quest 6. I do find it really weird, especially, again, if they don't run Oku, they seemingly have the time to run Advanced Quests. But I don't know why, but they seemingly are just really on this like kick of, hey, but what if we overlap things? I don't really get it. I hope that the NA devs stop doing that. Because I think this has been something that we've noticed over time, is that a lot of the time they keep trying to, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like basically interfere with the NA's clairvoyance somewhat, our ability to like farm things. So even things like, you know, half cost embers or like even a story campaign, they have a tendency to like overlay them with other events and give you that overlap and make it difficult to actually take advantage of it. So I don't really know why they do that. It's just something that they have been doing a lot lately. In some cases, there just was overlap with how JP did it. But in other cases, there wasn't overlap, and then NA created overlap. So it's sort of like sabotage, and I really hope they kind of stop. But again, it's just the advanced quest. It's not like it's going to be that big of a deal. They're usually like 1 AP or something to do. So it's no real skin off your back for the actual completion of the event, other than the time it's going to take. Considering Annie in Summer 7 is around the corner and Caval 2 is a command code in this event, any chance NA will release a surprise Salter banner to eat our Sanct Courts before then? I think that's always a chance, but do I think that they will do it here? No, not necessarily. I mean, they might, but I don't think that'll necessarily be a thing. But I would say it certainly could be a possibility. But if you're someone that's hoping to get Salter, don't bet on it, right? And again, it'll remain to be seen. Usually NA doesn't get the benefit of like extra banners like that, but there have been some circumstances where it's been the case. I kind of completely missed for some time because I never noticed that they released it. To be fair, it's also that they keep dropping stuff like on top of other campaigns and events. So it's like, don't feel bad if you didn't notice where like some advanced quests came out. And I am going to say this, chat. If there's anything that like you want to leave till later, advanced quests are not the worst thing. I think you should definitely take a look. We went over the hunting quests beforehand, and I think you guys should definitely take a look at that. But basically, the hunting quests are the only thing that you're actually going to probably want the craft essences for. And again, to me, it's probably only really worth if you actually like have MLB of the craft essence. You can certainly throw it in your backline if you have nothing else, but remember that could also just be like another Bond C or something like that. So there's always that trade-off. So to me, like I said, it's only really worth the efficiency if you're taking MLB of a craft essence. Of one of the, you know, advanced quest craft essences. But that's why I'm saying, like, it's not that big of a deal to try and like put off. But we pretty much know the hunting quests are coming. They're part of the sort of I keep wanting to say prologue or preamble, but it's the like, again, the preliminary stuff for the anniversary event. So you know this is going to be a thing. It'll probably happen right there on the 25th after the event ends. We'll get like straight into hunting quests and basically the summer banners that we have coming up, which again should be fairly interesting at least. I will warn you all, especially for those of you guys that are waiting and trying to save for summer, that this is a thing and it's sort of a trap banner. Trap in the sense that it may like distract you from your actual goal, but not in the sense that it's a bad banner. In fact, these banners are quite nice. But let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is, the countdown campaign. So again, we got the hunting quest part 12 and we got the summoning campaign where, oh, look at that. It's all the old summer units, I think, with only a couple exceptions. So definitely if you've been missing one of these units, it can be a really nice time to roll. So that's kind of one of the issues. But again, like I said, consider your options. Remember, you've got Anniversary with Arcueid coming up. You've got quite literally summer coming up on NA that's going to have, you know, 3 different SSRs in it. So it's definitely something that you guys need to weigh your options for and determine where you want to roll. but it is a thing, so just keep that in mind. It also has all the old summer CEs here, though. Again, remember, these are sort of like joint banners, so you're gonna have like for instance, like, oh look, Honey Lake, but it's also going to be like split with Innocent Blue, so you might just get all Innocent Blue and not get Honey Lake. So it just is what it is. And each one will have a day that it is available on. So that was the 2021 right there, and you can see that'll be on the day with basically the 2020 units. So you guys kind of know what's going to be the deal with that. Obviously, if you really want these units, feel free to roll on them. They don't often get banners, but this is a decent time to roll. It's just one of those deals where, you know, on JP, when this rolled out, people were ecstatic for it, but they obviously didn't know, like, who's the anniversary unit gonna be, and, you know, then out popped Arcueid, and they went like, oh crap. So it is what it is. That being said, you are set up to get a lot of quartz from Anniversary. You guys already know this to be the case. However, it is highly dependent on you. That is to say, how many units you've managed to acquire, all the milestones you've managed to complete. If you are not like as veteran of a master, you will not get as much quartz from it. So keep that in mind. You're going to see this like 1,000 Saint quartz number getting thrown around. That is truly there for people that have done quite literally everything, but most people will not get that number. So just keep that in mind, that you will probably get a lesser amount than that, but you are likely to get a ton regardless. So it is a nice feature. Just keep in mind, it like even something like 1,000 Saint quartz might not be enough for something like, you know, summer. So try to weigh your options, try to figure out where you want to roll. But again, don't count on getting bailed out by the 1,000 quartz. So most players are going to get around 600. Yeah. And I think that's, you know, fairly like okay, right? Like that should be enough that it'll get plenty of people to their pity amount. It will certainly not be an entire pity like a lot of people would have you believe. So my count is roughly between 600 and 700. I haven't even bothered to count because you guys know me. I'm gonna, you know, wail. So it's not something that I sit there and try to calculate. But certainly I will take free quartz whenever it is given to me. So it is what it is. But yeah, again, like I said, these are very nice banners, especially if you like the units. Again, you can see there's tons of saber faces here, obviously, so I'm biased. But regardless, they're older summer units, and they're hard to get your hands on at times. But again, it just is what it is. You guys are going to have a rough couple of months here in terms of banner decision making. So just try to stay true to whatever your original course of action is, and that way you won't disappoint yourself. Because again, I'm going to say most of these units should get another banner after this one. This should not be the only time they get one. I'm going to get at least pity from it, so I'm not worried about Annie. Summer might ruin me, though. Yeah, and that's the thing. You kind of want to save as much as you can, especially if you know you're going to be rolling multiple times. Obviously, if you're going to be rolling multiple times, saving up for multiple pities is the most ideal, but most people are not going to have the patience or the restraint, really, to be able to save up so much. Whether that banner is good for you is another issue. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely, if you're considering like, do I want to roll, like, for instance, Squirtoria here, you can look at what banner Squirtoria still has coming up and see, is this the best banner that you actually want to roll? Or does she have a better timed banner, a better pairing on the banner that she'll appear in later? These are the things you guys got to ask yourself whenever you're looking forward. Since I'm not rolling Arc and probably rolling 2 summer units, nice. 2 more copies for NP5, oh no. Skipping Annie, dropping tickets for Scotty, throwing Saint Quartz at Ibuki after save till Tia Mom. Good luck. That's not bad, Katana. Pretty sure because Squirtoria has a banner at some point next year too. I believe so, yes. Is Keo Lancer at a decent spot for now, or is she still kind of meh? still kind of meh. Like, she did get an upgrade, but still kind of meh. So she's in a spot. Yes, that is a way to put it. I'll be rolling for Proto Merlin and trying for NP5 Summer Scotty. I will be rolling NP5 Proto Merlin. Haven't decided on MP5 Arcuid yet or not. That is still on the to-do list, and I will at least get a copy of Summer Scotty. Ibuki is much more on the table for me. That's one that I don't know. Kawasumi, yes. Chat knows. It's a Kawasumi voice. CAD going for NP5 on the pay to win servant. Yep, 100%. Has nothing to do with my bias. But Proto Merlin isn't a saber face. Doesn't matter, it's a saber voice. I'll try a single copy of Scotty. I don't know if I'm going to try and get Doman. Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, it's going to be somewhat of a minefield where it's like you've got a lot of like really good units kind of coming together here in a short span of time. It's not, I'd say, as bad as last year was in terms of its gauntlet, but this is still pretty nasty, especially if you're a newer player. Okay, but can you use her in your Saber-only run then? No. I want to have something saved for next year's gauntlet. That's true. Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that if you guys are ever like, man, I really want Servant A and Servant B, but I only have enough for one. This is why I'm telling you, look forward, look into the future. You have clairvoyance. That is your greatest asset. So absolutely look into the future, see what banners are coming, and determine where you would like to roll. Because that can influence your decision. It can make you go, okay, hey, I am better rolling now, or oh no, hold on, I don't want to roll now. The banner later is better for me. So try to look at the banner, try to look at what other things you might roll around some of the future banners would be. And again, ask yourself, is this a better pairing? So I have a whole roadmap I made for myself. Damn, you already did more of a roadmap than the devs. At least the NA devs. My biggest definite rolls I want are MP5 Draco next year. Oh yeah, you guys know I'll roll MP5 Draco, but it's saber face, so it'd be what it'd be. If you get Proto Merlin, would it be better to try and get a higher NP level, or try for Summer Scotty as well? My advice would be is better to get one of each than to try and get a higher NP level of one. But that is up to you. Roadmaps, I love making roadmaps. I know. Summer Scotty, because my caster Scotty is at Bond 13 now. See, that's another thing to consider, chat, as we start heading into an era where, so again, NA doesn't have this yet, guys, but basically, you know how you can take 6 units to a node, right? So we're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? And this is your front line. This is your back line. Well, any number of these can be, yours, and then one is going to be the support servant, right? So the one that you're taking from a friends list or something like that. So let's go ahead and say that number 1 is your support servant. From there, at that point, you've got 5 units you're taking to a node. Here's the problem. In the future on JP, you're going to get plus 20% bond for your front line. This is technically not a bad thing. You're getting more bond. The problem is it's for your front line. So this is why you want the support to be in that, because it's going to be somebody that you're not necessarily bonding faster. The reason why is because with your frontline units, they're usually your strongest units. It's usually your most used supports, usually your damage dealer, while you're attempting to like backline bond with these units. So that's kind of the issue at play, is they are bonding the units that you're actually using to clear nodes faster. So it's something to consider about like where you stand in terms of your meta supports and how you've been using them. You might want to start thinking of alternatives, including other support units, or again, sort of multi-damage dealer setups, or again, even something where you don't even use a meta support, just depending on how you want to approach things. But that is the easy way to mitigate just being like, oh crap, I've suddenly hit Bond 15 on all of my meta supports. Is rolling a Buki Summer... Is it worth rolling a Buki Summer if I already have Arjuna Alter? I'm going to say that probably depends on MP levels and stuff like that. I think you could at least say that she provides 50% charge in his arts to his Buster. But, I mean, yeah, I'm going to say outside of that, it really depends on how badly you feel like you need it. If you have all the tools necessary to support someone like Arjuna Alter and make him 3-turn effectively, I'm going to say your need for someone like Summer Ibuki is not that great, but it definitely depends. Is Proto Merlin worth if you don't have another art support besides Castoria? Well, I know that's a lie because you have low star units. Arts has a ton of supports in some way, shape, or form. And you guys will be getting Shufu at Anniversary this year, who's going to be really nice. So. But is she worth if you don't have another one? Yeah. I'm going to say Proto Merlin is extremely worth if you don't have Merlin as well. To me, if you have Merlin, then you don't need her as bad. She can still be really nice for you because she'll synergize a bit better with an arts comp. But I still like having her as an option. She is just different than Merlin in a couple ways. So it is good, and it's better to have more options than less. But again, how you choose to approach these things is going to depend entirely on who kind of you want and who you run with. If you're never running arts comps because you're always Buster, that's another thing entirely. Though I will say you should try to build, every card type to an extent. Shu-hu, Shu-fu. Shu-yu-fu. How do you use Shufu? The way to think about her is almost as if she's Nero Bride. She's very, very similar to Nero Bride in that regard. And again, I'll probably be doing a servant analysis on her coming up soon. But basically, she just has, cleanse, NP gen. She ends up having party-wide arts up, and then she ends up having charge, 30%. So really, really nice. I wish I didn't get MP5 of Summer Musashi because I have to roll MP5 of Summer Ibuki. I don't feel sorry for you. Only because, one, you've been a beneficiary of having a Summer Musashi for years at that level, and two, that's like a you problem. Both are good. Should we expect Summer immediately after Anniversary? I think that largely depends on whether or not you guys get the Oku main interlude. If you get Oku before Anniversary, then yes, I think you can reasonably expect Summer will come quickly afterwards. If we do not get the Oku main interlude, expect that to be what takes the place after Anniversary. Is having NP5 Morgan and Koyan and Oberon any of Summer Servants really worth rolling? I'm thinking of Scotty or Lady Avalon. Well, let me give you an example of this. NP5 Morgan Le Fay is strong, but she's not going to be as strong as NP5 of a lot of other units if there's not man trait in play. And the reason why is because you're losing out on the man trait from the Koyanskayas and the man trait from her at that point. Her damage numbers will go down quite a bit. But again, it's up to you, right? Like, do you have to roll any of the other units? No. And will your NP5 Morgan suffice for most content? Yes. So. I think when we start talking NP5 at this point, chat, especially with the meta support supporting it, it's not a matter of can you or need you. It's a matter of do you want to. Will Annie and Summer overlap banners? Almost certainly not. Token copy prob. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong, chat, either with like, you don't necessarily have to grab NP5, right? Like, you can always just go out and get your one copy, your collection copy. Even an NP1 is going to give you options. It may not be as strong as your other options, but it's totally up to you to determine how you want to approach that. She's the best archer in the game. Yeah, I think so. NP5 is a free-to-play that's going to be very hard regardless when you start. Yeah, 100%. Like, NP5 as a free-to-play is not something I consider. I'm not going to say people can't save up to NP5 as a free-to-play. They absolutely can. It's just that it usually takes time and effort. Usually when we start talking anything beyond NP2, I'm not thinking with a free-to-play mindset anymore at that point. Because, like, even getting something like a second copy can be difficult for a free-to-play. It's not that it can't be done. It's not that people can't luck sack. It's that usually that's not the strategy that the free-to-play player goes for. Because, again, it sort of revolves around you kind of selling out for the one unit and not, like, keeping your options open for other units that year. Single copy of Ruler Scotty, Proto Merlin, and Avenger Kama, assuming that the banner pops up. Yeah, I think a lot of people are just going to try to get in there, grab their token copy, and get out. I'm going to tell you, basically just understand that the best made plans go awry. So, like, again, you'll try to get in there and just, like, get your one copy and get out quickly, and then the game will be like, pity. Speaking of summer, there has always been a child servant somewhere. Has there always been a child servant somewhere in the summer banners? I don't know. I want to say yes, but I don't know, right? Because, like, I could sit there and I could point to summer 1, but technically Kyo is considered a child. So, summer 4 didn't have one? Okay, there you go. In and out 5-minute adventure? Hold on. I think you're overestimating your ability. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, chat. Surely that'll be enough. That's when you get the, is it in yet? My bond 11, one of the, yeah. And that's, like I said, the bond level with units is something I think is more of a case-by-case basis. There is not a, like, guarantee type thing of what you're going to want to do and what you're going to have to do. It's just one of those things where if you feel like, you know, you get in a lotto and you get into like 90 plus content and you are constantly spamming your Scotty or you are constantly spamming your Castoria, expect that unit to get up to max bond. You know, again, maybe you're someone that's not got a lot of bond grails or something like that. So either way, that is also another thing to consider. I'm not saying you have to whale, especially with a unit at max bond. It's just the general purpose logic is that you don't want to waste bond. Because in theory, wasting bond is more quartz that you would get down the line. I am somebody that likes to be very efficient with my bond, but I'm also not somebody that, like, I'm someone that's pragmatic and practical. So, like, if it's the difference between me tearing my hair out and doing a 7 turn or me 3 turning with a, like, bond 15 unit, I'm a 3 turn with the bond 15 unit. But if I can manage to 3 turn with another unit with maybe just, you know, like 1 or 2 more button presses and that unit isn't bond 15, I'll do that. That's not any skin off my back, really. So it's something to consider that you don't want to be inefficient, but it's not necessarily ever going to be worth you rolling another unit expressly for that. So keep that in your mind that, like, as you look to roll, no matter what, like, unless you just YOLO the person off of tickets, whatever amount of quartz you would get potentially from bonding up a new unit will not offset the cost of having to roll a new unit. It is almost always a losing proposition for you. It's sort of like the concept of, in an event, going, I need more craft essences. I know, I'll roll. That'll make me more efficient in the event. And that is technically true. Rolling and getting more craft essences will make you more efficient. However, you in 99% of scenarios, the 1% being lottos, would have been more beneficial to just actually take one quartz and pop it, turn it into an apple, and complete the event that way. That is to say, it would have been better to use your quartz usually as a couple of apples than to actually sit there and do an entire multi for more craft essences. That is the level of like scale of efficiency. So it's the same issue there, just almost even to a greater degree. It's usually not worth rolling a unit just for more bonding options. But again, it's up to you. Like I said, you want to be efficient with bonding. And to a degree, these new units are not just a one-to-one replacement. They're usually like, again, new options for you, side grades, you name it. So if anything, it's allowing you to have a better choice to choose from. I started last year, and Koyin is my first meta support, and she got to Bond 11 by the end of Christmas. Even then, I've been trying to use her as little as possible to last longer. That's up to you, right? Like, and I think it's a good idea to sort of stretch your units out bond-wise if you have the ability of completing a node without that meta support that's already fast-tracked. Do that, right? Like, do the node in a different way, because there will be nodes where you can't. There'll be nodes where like you just really want to have it easy and take the meta support because it makes your life so much smoother. So that's why I'm saying, like, when you get an easy node, maybe don't run the meta support. Maybe instead do someone else in order to slow the bonding down. Cuckoo speed pressing is an art? Yes, it is. Which is why Cuckoo doesn't bother me. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like I said, I'm not trying to speak from like the super whaley standpoint. I'm trying to speak more from the efficiency standpoint of, hey, regardless, here is the efficiency of you know, getting potentially more bond out of a unit versus you're actually just throwing multis at the banner to get a new unit. It's almost never going to work out in the favor of getting the new unit. It's going to instead just be, look, you know what? Yeah, I'm wasting some bond, but it's not the end of the world. So my Trom farming node is 0 supports. Feels good, man. Nice. Bond 10 Oberon for hitting Bond 10 on Koyan. So it actually makes a lot of sense. You should hit Bond 10 on Oberon for hitting Bond 10 on Koyan, all things considered equal. And the reason why is assuming you can run all 3 card types, so Arts, Quick, and Buster. The best third support for Buster is Oberon. The best third support for Quick is Oberon. And the best third support for Arts is also Oberon. So Oberon is technically like the best option for all 3. And as a result, you should use him more than Koyan. Unless you're just only doing Buster. That would be the issue, and where like somehow your Koyan outpaces your Oberon. Or maybe you're just never using Oberon for whatever reason. The point being, though, again, it's like it's actually fairly logical that your Oberon should outbond your Koyan. Oberon was a mistake. Look, I'm not going to say Oberon was a mistake, just the level at which they scaled him to. I trying to save bond supports, but still the rest, I don't know. Yeah. Is NA Annie June or July? Our true anniversary date is basically June 25th. But we actually celebrate it usually the July 4th weekend. So there's usually about like 9 days gap there on average. Give or take, because again, July 4th weekend can happen earlier or later. So My waiver's still stuck at Bond 9. It's really funny because a lot of the times, if I can get away with waiver, I actually throw him in as a third support, where it's like, oh, I just need charge. Straight up, he's my go-to at this point because I almost don't ever use waiver, and as a result, it's like if I feel like I can get away with him, I will. Any campaign just shifts with Anime Expo. Yep. Yeah, and that's why it's always July 4th weekend, is because July 4th weekend is when Anime Expo is. My waiver's at like Bond 6. Oh, bro, you got to pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. But yeah, no, I completely do everything I can to try and smooth out and even out the bond across all my accounts. But like I was saying, it is not a like one-to-one guaranteed thing. In some cases, you are just going to have to go with the best thing that you possibly can. So it is what it is. But again, we kind of know all of this is coming, chat. JP, as we already said, had its participation campaign. And it's at this point, we're kind of in a holding pattern. But like I said, I'll be doing Bakin rolls tomorrow night. And then basically, I'll be doing Bakin rolls tomorrow night. I'll be doing Nero Beast rolls on Friday, assuming we get the event then, which I believe we are already locked in because I think, yeah, straight up, they gave us the actual date on the thing. So, assuming no shenanigans on their part and Nero Beast isn't the thing, I should be rolling. Although I actually don't remember if Nero Beast was the first one. I think Tiamat was the pre-campaign for it. So again, like, we don't actually have it here, but yeah, let me see. Let me check the original event here. Okay, so Beast Umu was the first campaign. I don't know why they did it like this, but whatever. Oh right, Proto Merlin. That'd be an interesting way to bring her back, but I don't know if they will. This one's a lot more up in the air. Like, they easily could, they easily might not. It just depends. And then, yeah. Oh god, a Lalter banner. Don't do this to me. Come on, JP. But yeah, so it's gonna be a thing. And like I said, I'm pretty sure Tiamat was the pre-campaign. So it may be the case that Tiamat is actually banner 1 and then Draco is banner 2. They may just try to restructure the banners overall, and we'll just have to see. But the plan is, again, going to be to have Draco be rolled for Friday. If not, then it's fine. We'll find something else to do. And then straight up, like I said, you guys already know I'm going to be rolling for Arcuid. I'm going to be rolling for Proto Merlin. I'm going to be rolling for Summer Scotty. And then, like I said, Ibuki is the one that's on the table for me because I don't really need Ibuki. It's more of a like collection copy at that point if I do it. Tiamat did have a banner at New Year, so who knows? Yeah, that's true. They might leave Tiamat off. It really just depends. I think, in a weird way, though, I think Tiamat would be expected with this, but it'll depend. Do you want Eris, though? I have an NP5 Jalter. I don't really need Eris. Which Volk am I going for on NA? The same one I went for on JP. So you can guess. You can be the judge of that, because I feel like at that point you will end up figuring out kind of which one. They also did a rerun for Cuckoo 4 months after LB7, so who knows? Yeah, sometimes they like to be very restrictive with their characters. Sometimes they don't. Like I said before, I don't really know what their overall plan is here with this, because To me, it just seems like most of this is just, hey, look, we gave the community what they wanted, but also like low key, we're just straight up stalling. Like, I feel like that's their entire goal here, is to pretty much stall so that they can get Summer and Annie out. And I think that's the way it's going to work on JP, is it's going to go Summer, then Annie, but we'll see. We'll see what they do. Which one could that be? I mean, that just depends. The blonde one, of course. Well, which one is that? Master of Saber Faces, what do you guys think he was going to pick? The blonde was Thrud? But is Thrud the one that I'm using on JP? This is not a rhetorical question. I think Wary has the right of it. So, chat. You guys remember Summer 7? Hilder had the Saberface costume. Oh, was it Hilder though? Where was it? Oh, hold on. I'm totally in the wrong year. Okay, so you had the Valkyries, right? Was it a purchasable costume? I'm all confused now. It's okay. They're not listed under the event bonus. No, it was Thrud. Yes, it was. I know it was. I was just playing cheeky with chat. But the extra quest? I'm just trying to remember where you actually get the costume now at this point. Anyways, chat. Boom. There you go. So, again, the Valkyries each have a costume. So you can pick between one of three of them, and each one comes with an accompanying costume. So basically, that costume changes to one of the other, I'll just say, less popular Valkyries. The only Rin cat accepts, yeah, aka Reindeer here. So that's Thrud in her case there. Wait, hold on. Did it not? Nani? Yeah, give me the Valkyrie disambiguation. Yes, there you go. Gerskogel is the Orderland one. Ulrun is the Hilder one, which is basically C2. Like straight up. Ulrun I want so bad, yeah. And then like I don't really know who Gerskogel looks like. You'd have to tell me, chat. See who? C2. Strawberry and mint. Yeah, strawberry and pistachio. You're farming a Neapolitan. Which one did you pick on JP Cat? I picked Thrud and went with Rindir. Kind of looks like Hollow. Yeah, a little bit. I can see that. The hair is too long. So you can see it's like hilariously enough, most of them are pretty well palette swaps, but they definitely like do change the hair. But otherwise, that is really all that actually changes. Are they all the same face? I believe so. I mean, at least with the sprite, I don't think you can really tell the difference. It's quite literally just the hair. Orlin is great. The costume, I don't care. That's fine. I mean, even to the point that the eyes are all the same. Because technically the Valkyries aren't they all machines, chat? They're not technically actually human, quote unquote. And again, thank you, Blue. Thank you for the 21. That's a clean design, though. Yeah, no, I really like... Summer Valkyries are one of the better welfares that they've released in recent memory. They are just very, very, like, solidly stacked. I've said this before that, like, it's kind of one of the, like things about them is that they're sort of your first looping assassin. And it really does help. Like, they're extremely usable is the best way to put it. They're not that stacked. Oh, yes, they are. I choose the strawberry one. Yes. Olive from Spice and Wolf is my random guess. Yep. Yeah, no, I could not think of like what each one of these looked like, but it'd be what it'd be. Anyways, chat, I guess we go back to farm because like I got nothing else to do right now. Where's our blonde hooded Valk from the story though? You're definitely gonna have to wait on that. Forever. She's been locked in NPC jail. Once the Valks at Evo shop, all three can be in the same party. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting ideal. I suspect it's going to take a hot second before they ever allow something like that. And the entire reason just simply being that I don't know what that says. Screw it, we're going in. I suspect they're gonna like not allow it for a while because I think they know exactly that like they are just really, really solid. Oh boy. I am so pleased by the fact that this is both simultaneously not a servant and has some sort of defensive gimmick. Let's see how my Musashi goes. Ryder Napoleon win. It's weird because I feel like they really should stop trying to just constantly develop new characters and should try to give us some like alternates for some of the other like characters that we already have. I feel like of the past couple years they've gone a little bit too hard into only new characters, and I do feel like it is eventually going to bite them. Well, we'll do it like that. Give me that mighty chain. You need to deal defense pierce damage. Apparently, if you have enough firepower, you don't. But I want alt Caesar before an app. I understand. I also want JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Caesar. Because I feel like not only would he be a Giga Chad, but it would just be like hilarious at the same time. I would also like to see like Cleopatra just like go crazy for him as she all of a sudden just decided like, but wait, he's hotter than normal Saber. What do I do? Non-Apple Caesar? Yes. Oh wow, that was a spare copy of Da Vinci that I almost didn't get. Oops, tee-hee. Is there anything missing in this event that I didn't do? Oh, good lord. I'm just more like, why the heck are these like maps just now showing up? Get wrecked. Yeah, it's not like a huge deal. Like I easily will have enough to clear shop and stuff here. It's more just like, what the heck is going on and why haven't these appeared until now? Give me all them juicy monuments. So they actually have all 7 in here. That's wild. I do need to be a little bit more strategic with my my silvers here. So it looks like it's gonna be Berserkar. Then Assassin. Then Lancer. And we're out. Which, dear God, I still have way too much bronze material, so we're gonna convert up. I just have not been efficient because I was just running that for forever. Okay, so let's reevaluate here. 195, 177, 174. We're going to go ahead and do that. And I'm just going to go ahead and buy the rest. That'll get the Lancers out of the way. And then we can focus on the others. What welfares is JP missing? It's usually the newer ones, because I think we've gotten almost all the old welfares out of the way with the Evocation Festival, which is really, really nice. Here you go, chat. You guys want the ASMR? Glorious. There you go. So maybe my points may be part of the issue. Oh, I can only open 100 at a time. Side chesto. All those damn bones, yep. The dopamine hit hard when opening this. It's really nice, isn't it? That's why, like I said, like I just wanted to like sit here and just like get a like evening of appling on this, because it really is nice to be able to farm this. Is that Da Vinci good? Yes. Yeah, Ruler Da Vinci's quite nice. And she was one of the ones that had not reappeared in the Evocation Festival. So getting this rerun was actually really good. Ah, yes, Dragoniverse skills. How many would I have now? 81? Alright, chat, we're going to at least 100 Dragoniverse skills. I don't care. But it looks like I do have to do the rest of my Da Vinci copies. I use my Ruler Da Vinci quite a bit. Yeah, she's really nice in the sense that she's just 4-star and has targetable charge. Like, a lot of her stuff can be targeted, and so it's really nice in the way that she can function. Okay, so we're actually at the cap here. Gonna go ahead and put Da Vinci on the back burner there. We're gonna use this basically to try and get couple more 4-stars in here. There we go. That should work. I'll be using DVR in place of my own Castoria and a lot of arts comps. Yep. Yeah, you can absolutely get away with it. What the heck is... What? Oh. Giant snake, yes. Gonna put the Buster card last there and just pray to God. Pray to God that America wins out. Because it's just all I can do at this point. I use Chiron as a support instead because he is maxed and she isn't. Wait. Chiron as a support for what? That's my only question. Still didn't quite get what I want. We're gonna go for the easy refund here if possible. These are the quests where the supports were good choices. I see. But my name is Musashi Miyamoto. It will kill. The only question is, will it kill me first? Oh boy, buff strip. Gotta love it. I was waiting on that. Well, Musashi's probably dead. Eventually? What do you mean that's Iori? True. Yes, this is Iori. You ever think, chat, that Musashi is the reason that we have Samurai Remnant now? If she had never tried to hide her identity as being Iori? Proto Iori, yeah. Yeah, I don't see how she lives. There you go. Oh yeah, once more for the road. Thank you, Snack. Oh. Well, this ain't gonna work either. It's none of this is gonna work. I'm just buying time with Castoria, praying to God that she manages to survive. At least Mello will only receive half damage. Yeah, but it's the Castorias that are the problem. They're the ones that are gonna die. And I would like a Castoria alive for the purposes of buffing Oki-Tan, who's the last unit. Actually, no, I think Mash is gonna come in before that. Okay. Oh, it's the good Mash one. It's only gonna buy one more turn. In before buff strip. Bro, it's such a bullshit mechanic. Goddamn. At least it's not as spammy as it could be, but like, holy hell. Okay. Yeah, I don't even really, I probably shouldn't have even popped that there. I'm just gonna go with the Brave Chain. It's doing like pitiful amounts of damage. Who was the unit to take for this, by the way, chat? Don't you need anti-dragon for this? I don't remember. Sigurd? Okay, so probably. Okay. Basically just sitting here trying to charge as much as we can. But I'm pretty sure this is lost because it would take Okitan being able to pierce the defense, I think, to have any shot. That's actually dickish. It finally did single target attacks. Like, out of all of that, it finally did single target attacks. Whereas, like, every other time it had been spamming AoE. And it did it purely to stop Okitan from getting charged to full. She's really trying for Melu. Ah, shit. I should have put that after the NP, but whatever. That's in a habit dying hard. Yeah, she don't pierce, chat. She don't pierce. This is a GG. There's just no way I stop this thing. Soon we'll have the new chains. Yep. Quite literally within the month. And then I can stop remembering NA's old tactics. Well, okay, it's technically not true. You still need to know that. But yeah, there's no point in continuing to battle it when I know I'm going to die. But I had to get to the Okitan NP to see. It's like, oh, well, maybe. Come on. You can do it, game. Oh, Sumanai and Sigurd. But yeah, I think we go Sigurd here. And then I think it is best to just go ahead and resign ourselves to Fate Grand Order. That Sumanai is a little bit... Sorry, that Proto-Sumanai is a little bit stronger. I'll probably just card out here the first couple turns. Or, well, at least one turn. Just slightly? Yeah, just slightly. Not going to generate any stars here, but regardless. He just needs 20% charge, so if boss does an AoE, that should give me what I need. Oh, what's that? You have debuff immunity? Purge! I probably should have gone with that arts card, but whatever. The support doesn't have MLB, I know. But it is an NP5, and that's going to count for a lot. As you guys can see. But mine got the kill! Blue, thank you for the 35. How's it going? More eggs. Yeah, now that I know that I'm just supposed to take the support, screw it. That's all we're gonna do. We're gonna try to cheese these. It's faster this way. Yes, can I offer you an egg in these trying times, chat? Big egg. The new event after maintenance? Yes. Make sure you guys spend your AP down on an A. Man, I don't like that. What the hell is this? I am actually gonna go look these up because the fact that these supports are who they are makes me want to know. I think this is the one you have to survive. I don't know. Treasure to the south. You just need to survive all the burn damage by then, so no need to defeat it. Tamamo Lancer can help speed up the process with her second skill. For once, Tamamo Lancer is meta, chat. You know what? I think this is the one you have to survive. Yeah. I mean, I should be able to have it with Castoria cleanses and that. Like, I should just be able to defend, quote unquote. The only problem is going to be Pretender on caster. You know what? Screw it. Pseudo invincible comp. Self-deaths after a few turns. You just win if it NPs. So it's basically just survive burn damage, which basically every time you attack, you get burn damage. So the fact that I like basically didn't attack here on this turn is already a benefit to me. So then when it attacks, it gets even more. We're gonna have to try to get back to our NPs. Okay. We're gonna get back to Casturia's. Not gonna try to nuke it at 5 million. Nah, I'm good. I'm not gonna say you couldn't. You probably could, but no. I wonder if someone has. I'm sure someone has. Gotta do it like that. Oh, I should have actually pre-carded now that I think about this. Basically, if I pre-carded the NP, I would get rid of the singular burn stack I was gonna get. 5 million HP probably isn't that much for some people. It should be divine. No, sorry, it's demonic. Demonic and wild beast. Yeah, someone can kill this. It's also earth attribute, so there's quite a bit of hey, I can murder hobo synergy. Is Zhangju in the FP gacha now or not yet? It's whenever his banner is over, his initial offering banner. Although I believe he's also in the second banner, so I don't know how that'll factor in. Gonna go ahead and give her actual hard invuln, even though it shouldn't matter. You guys can see it's not really putting an effective dent in me. And then we're just gonna do one of those. And we're just gonna cart, because there's no reason to NP now. As long as it doesn't buff remove, we should be okay. Jensen angles in the 67 Impala blooper, I see. He shows up in the story banner picture, so I would imagine he would be on FP now. Don't trust that, is all I'll say. Don't trust that. Like, if it actually does list him, you can go under the story banner and see, like, who all's in there, and it should have a stated rate. If he is listed under there, you're good. If he is not, don't blame me. Okay. To survive. The banner should be over by now, right? I don't remember, right? Like, I don't remember if he's there or not, and I'm too busy to go check. So this one should be the west. %90 of damage except from Wild Beast special attack. But hold on. Lancer Coup is Wild Beast for 3 turns. So I just feel like this is arguably better. If you get the right cards, you could easily just smash this with Super Orion, but I prefer not to leave this to chance. He's been there for a couple days now. Moriarty banner wasn't that long. It ended in the 26th, I think. Okay. Didn't they add the alternate comma outfits? Oh, they didn't. No, they did not. No, I think everyone was hoping that we would get like the blue comma, and we never got it. Which is really sad, because I feel like that's one that everyone would be somewhat ecstatic for, right? Fuck it, we ball. $55? Well, he doesn't have that much, and he didn't get a crit, so yeah, that'll work. that will kill, chat. So, like I said, it would have been RNG as to whether or not I got the cards for Super Orion versus just setting up the comp and just going. That's again, I think a lot of people don't really look Protoku's way, but he's actually surprisingly good at what he does, especially his anti-beast. I can't believe I forgot to do these. I would have let this rot thinking there were no more maps to do. Okay, did we do them all? There's got to be like a grand end one, though. I knew it. I freaking knew it. And I don't even have the currency. No. We'll just have to farm it up. Open chesto? Well, I don't get the currency from the chest, right? Hey, we'll just leave it as that. No, just mats and points, yeah. 34. Yeah, I mean, we still have time. I just wanted it, like, quote-unquote done. We actually, like, I'm surprised. When I went to go make my schedule for this week, I was thinking that, that this event ended, like, tonight or tomorrow. I was not thinking that, like, we had all the way till Friday. Like, I was thinking, like, oh, okay, we'll be doing rolls Wednesday. And I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. What's going on here? How many days do we still have? 3 to 4. Basically, the new event starts Friday for JP, which is the arcade collab rerun, the Nero Beast and Tiamat event. They're allergic to adding costumes. Well, I've said this before. I feel like costumes are a lot more like, what's the word? Like they're a lot more involved than people seem to think they are. I think the ones that I'm more surprised are when they've actually done the sprite. That to me is a little bit more on the like, hey, I'm surprised they didn't actually just go the little bit of extra mile to do it. But it's something where I think a lot of people don't understand that sprite animation actually is a very involved process. And it's not as easy as people think it is. And if you ever have seen a a sprite, like actually all the pieces to it. It is quite literally like bits and pieces. Like, so like the head will be one thing, and again, it'll have different expressions that you can put on it. Think of it almost like a Mr. Potato Head doll or something like at that point. And same thing with like the body, where the body is like for instance, the foot may be one thing, the calf may be another, the thigh will be another, and then like the main body. So it's like it's quite literally a bunch of like conjoined parts where the joints should be. Similar to VTuber models? Yeah, quite literally. It's a very similar process. They have to rig them and everything. And so to some degree, I'm sure they can switch things out, but I'm sure it's also probably a little bit worse than people give it the credit for, particularly if the new outfit or something's going to have new animations. That definitely makes it a little bit more hard to pull off. I've looked up the FGO sprites, a lot of parts, so many hands. Yeah. Let me see if I can find you guys an example real fast. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. This is great. Grape actually did this. So he did this a long time ago. I'll go ahead and repost it. But here is an example. So basically, as you guys can see, it's a messy guide on how he does it, but it's very similar to this. So it's like, essentially, if you do it all in one layer, you can't animate it. This is a static sprite at that point. But you guys can see, it's like every little bit and piece is its own thing. And so in order to animate it, you have to quite literally like move all the parts in conjunction so that none of them disconnect. You have to actually give it a quote unquote skeleton, right? And so again, you guys can see that it is a little bit more involved of a process than probably most people give it credit for, particularly as you have layers to things. So if you've ever seen a character that has, for instance, a cape or something like that, that is a lot of like what's going on here. But yeah, I will go ahead and drop this in the chat. Grape's a guy that's done a commission for me before. He does a lot of fantastic artworks. So in fact, it's my offline screen on the channel is Grape's art piece. There's a reason 3D games are so popular these days. It's easy to move a 3D model. So 3D models are more work. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you that. They are more work than 2D models are. But once you get the 3D model working, it is easier to work with. You can do more with it. And that allows for a lot of flexibility. This is also why I've said it's really funny to me to see games, like for instance, like Genshin, where they only have like set body types, like 5 different body types, for instance, and it's really weird that they don't ever move on from that. I think part of that is because they're just reusing assets over and over again. But it's quite weird because all the heavy lifting is in the like creation of that asset, versus doing a costume for a 3D model is usually far easier. It's usually a much more like plug and go type of thing. So it is intriguing to me nonetheless. I'm not going to say that it's not an involved process with costume making and that, but just that again, like it is quite easily possible to work from like a nude base and just keep swapping outfits out, and it's something that can be done. Whereas usually, again, with a sprite, you are very much taking an entire, like the outfit is the body in a sprite. So it's a lot like, it's something where they have to completely redraw the sprite. They have to completely redo it. I'm not sure if they would have to completely reanimate it. But like I said, I'm not surprised if it is more work than people realize it is. The skeleton is the hard part, not the skin. Yeah, especially if you have a game that has a ton of interactions, for instance. So, and that's where you will see, like, it's not that it would be hard for Genshin to create more characters. It's probably that each of these characters has to interact in unique ways. So, like, for instance, let's say you have two characters, and basically the character does certain things, like maybe they do like I don't know, like a sword slash, and then maybe the other one does like a sword thrust, right? You can reuse that, but you might not. So for instance, it may be something where, if you've ever noticed, especially with FGO with the old sprites, have you guys ever noticed like some of the attack animations for certain units are the same? There's a reason for that. It's they don't have to actually sit there and like animate that again. They can literally take the animation from another unit and apply it. So it is a thing that can be done, and it does work out quite hilariously in that regard. What did I do here? Oh, dear God. We're gonna do like that, and we're gonna pray to God that Ilya doesn't pop invuln. Actually, it won't matter, but yeah. And so, like in Monster Hunter's case, it's because they have to have the 3D sprite of your character interacting with its attack animations with the monster, and that's difficult, right? So it's why they're only going to do like 1 or 2 body types. They are not going to do more. It's a male and a female body type. That is it. And they're not going to really allow much deviation with that. You can, but the issue with something like that is if you choose to allow deviation, you are going to end up with clipping. And in a weird way, I think it's really funny because I think clipping bothers some people a lot, but I don't think it bothers the majority of people. And so it's something that I've noticed that like game devs are always super conscious of. And I think this comes from back in like the early 2000s, where a lot of gamers were overly concerned with clipping and thought that it looked bad. Whereas I think nowadays most gamers are willing to kind of just let it go, especially if it results in a better quality game overall. But it is a thing, right? And I'm not going to be surprised, so to speak. They always reuse skeletons. Yeah, I mean, I know, like, for instance, with the monsters in particular, they're going to take, like, things and they're going to try to, like, one-to-one them from another game, but it may not work out well, especially if they've had an engine change. Especially if they change the programs that they're using to do modeling and importing. So I can see why it's not super easy for them, but it is a thing nonetheless. But I want my hunters to have abs. Yeah, I mean, in theory, there's nothing stopping that. There's nothing stopping them from changing the quote-unquote skin of a character, the texture, if you will. But certainly the actual skeleton and the body shaping, the body morph, is something that gets a little bit more difficult for them to change. I'm not saying they can't. It's just more difficult for them too, and so most of the time they don't bother with it because, again, the other thing you guys got to consider too, especially in a game like that as opposed to something like FGO is going to use a canned static character. Same thing with Genshin Impact. But a game like Monster Hunter, you have gear, and that gear is going to change, and it's going to look different on you. So each one of those gear pieces has to fit the base model. And that's kind of why they don't want to like sit there just constantly doing a bunch of different bodies, is because they would have to allow the gear to work with all of that. So the faster they get the main body online, the faster they just can start developing everything else for it. They can start making sure all the gear that they've come up with is going to actually fit. In the night. You have to have higher quality work and downscale it for console. Yeah, which I'm gonna say I don't really understand. Like, I don't get why a lot of them will sit there and go like, hey, let's not develop this for PC and let's downscale everything. To me, that's like, Huh? Like, just develop it for PC and then downscale it to go to console, but don't not develop it for PC. Which I think with Wilds, this is their first game where they're actually simultaneously developing, which good. But like, I really think that needs to be the case with more games overall. I feel like the hard part is developing for PC. If you get that out of the way first, it is probably fairly easy to downscale to go to console if you have to. And that's only if you have to. In a lot of cases, you won't. In the case of something like the Switch, you'll definitely have to downscale. But in the case of something like a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series X or something, you probably just need to at worst frame lock it. You probably need to make it so that the game runs smooth, but it's usually not too big of a deal to actually sit there and run it as is, like with its best possible specs otherwise. And Kay, they give her the follow. Welcome. World was console before PC, though. How does that differentiate? So console before PC means that they develop on a much more closed architecture. So it's a lot easier to develop for. It actually reduces their development time. But then you have the flip side of where, like, I think it was, 6-month delay before they were able to bring it to PC. And that's, like, not only not unheard of, but just straight up pretty much a standard. Like, 6 months to a year to port a game over to PC is definitely a thing. Especially now in video gaming, a lot of devs are beginning to, like, basically port with a different company. They're beginning to outsource it. They're beginning to say, hey, look, we'd rather move on to the next project. Here, outsource company, you handle the port over to another game. Take our code, get it done. And that happens. And it's also how they end up with shoddy ports sometimes. Fox, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? How was Helldivers? Got to give you some payback. Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome everybody from Fox's stream. We just got done covering the NA live stream earlier. They announced obviously Hakkenden and then a Tsukihime pre-campaign for it coming to NA on the 27th, and then also the advanced quests. So JP devs and being slow with PC ports, tale as old as time. I mean, I just think this is it's not even a JP dev thing. It's a thing just straight up in video gaming nowadays. But it's really funny to me because a little bit they can only blame themselves then if the PC port's bad because they outsourced it. So it's on them to do their due diligence to make sure that the company was a good choice. Capcom's been good for a while now on ports. Well, probably because Capcom probably does it in-house. I don't know, though, right? Like, if I had to bet, that's usually the case, is they either have a company that they can rely on that's consistent, or they do it themselves. Particularly because I think everything Capcom runs on RE Engine for the most part, and I think that's, like, the big thing for them. Heard about Suki, that's really cool. I'll watch your vid on it later. Yeah. Where's my Monster Hunter 4U port? Good question. I don't know. I believe your Monster Hunter 4U port is called Monster Hunter Wilds, where they aged everyone else up. PC specific branch in-house. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's probably just done in-house. RE is Rise and Wild. Yeah. Bro. I mean, it's kind of been a thing though, right? Like we've pretty much known this. The chat, like I said, don't forget maintenance tonight, so make sure you guys are getting your AP spent. You should have 58 minutes now. That's basically, I'm just going over here to slap Blapples in. AP, you mean Blapples? Yes, exactly. I mean, make sure you've done your 3 runs for the day. Make sure, and you might want to like look at what some of the missions are, because again, you guys saw like your weekly missions include things like Ember Gathering. So better to get it done now than during the event, but you only have 57 minutes, so get her done. Will you do the Memorial Quest hard versions? No. No, I did them all on JP. I don't really care to spend the time to do it. because usually for most of them it's either time to figure out a comp and then run it quickly with some trial and error, or just spending like an hour sitting there trying to solo it. I would rather do neither. I would rather just say I don't really need the extra bond that much. But all right, chat, I am also going to end tonight. Let me see who all is on. I'm gonna send you guys over to Miss Simon, aka Ivy. Did I type that right? I typed it right. Let's go. Okay. Anyways, chat. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna be doing the Bakin rolls for the doggo waifu, and I think we are continuing. I think we're slated to continue Armored Core 6 when I get the time, but that'll definitely be dependent on rolls and how long all of that takes. So in the meantime, go give Miss Ivy my love, and I will be back tomorrow. Have a good one.